Well, thank you so much, New Mexico Department of Game and Fish. Good morning, New Mexico State Game Commissioners. Today is Thursday, December 3rd. It's now 9:02 a.m. 2 minutes behind schedule, but that's fine. We have a wonderful day and we have a number of things on our agenda. So welcome everyone. I hear we have a number of people from our general public. Thank you everyone for tuning in. And again, greetings to the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish, State Game Commission. This is our virtual meeting. It's not a location in Roswell, New Mexico. I wish I was in Roswell, but thank you again, Department of Game and Fish, for putting and hosting this Zoom meeting. Let's begin with agenda item number 1. This meeting is now called to order. Director Michael Sloan, sir, you are our secretary, and if you could, please give us our roll call.
Commissioner Vesbach.
I'm here.
Commissioner Souls.
Here.
Commissioner Lopez.
Here.
Commissioner Kramer.
Here.
Commissioner Bates.
Here.
Vice Chair Salazar Henry.
Present.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, sir. Director, I sure do appreciate that. It's a very important meeting today, and going into our next agenda item, number 3, the approval of the agenda. So much to hear today with our public. We have the new hunter education rule. We have the hunting and fishing license and application. We have some really cool stuff going on with the Mexican gray wolf recovery efforts. Thank you everyone for communicating with the commission and the department with your interests and your ideas. We appreciate all that. We also have the hatchery systems, conservation information, LFC report, finance, hunt structure, customer feedback, our commission committees. I'm looking forward to hearing all of this today. And of course, let us begin with an action item, approval of this agenda. Have you all had an opportunity to look at it? And do you have any comments, suggestions before we go into a motion?
I do, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Kramer.
I have a question of Director Salone on the habitat stamp recommendation. Will we have any time to have input before we make that vote at the next meeting?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Kramer, I was going to give an update in my director's report on kind of where we are with it. I think this would be your last opportunity to sort of change direction or have a discussion about it before the hearing in January. I think, and I'd have to double check with Stuart, that we're going to publish the rule very shortly. So it's a pretty compressed timeline at this point.
So if after you give your report, are we going to have a chance to comment on it, or?
I see Madam Chair shaking her head, so I'm going to say yes.
Okay, okay. Then I'm good with it. I move that we accept the agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I would second that motion.
I think I had several seconds.
Give it to Commissioner Vesbach.
Okay. Commissioner Bates, we'll give it to Vesbach. Director, can we have a vote, please?
Commissioner Vesbach.
Yes.
Commissioner Souls.
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer.
Yes.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Vice Chair Salazar Henry,
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes,
Motion passes unanimously.
beautiful. Thank you, Director Michael Sloan. Now, with that agenda, I'm really going to try and keep a tight ship here, and I'm going to be watching the clock. But I want everyone to be heard. And that said, Lance Cherry, can you please give me an idea as to how many people we have in agenda item number 4, the general public comments? I typically note that in our agenda, we have about 3 minutes per speaker. And sometimes we run over. I'm very happy to do that if we need to. Just to ensure that everyone is heard, I am going to be watching the clock. And because we have another item, meaning an executive session that follows the general public comments, I need an idea as to how many people will be speaking in the general public comment session.
So, Madam Chair, on the preliminary registration, it looked like there were up to 10. I will ask those individuals attending the meeting today that are interested in speaking to please use the raise hand function at this time so that we can have a good idea of how many we actually have.
Thank you, sir. So that said, commissioners and Director Mike Sloan, what I would like to do is open it up, have Mr. Cherry, Chief Cherry, give us an introduction. And I want everyone to know that if there are more than 10 persons, we would certainly like to hear from everyone as best we can. And if we need to delay the executive session, I would like to certainly do that, but not for more than 15 minutes. I know some attorneys are involved in that discussion in the executive session. And for those of you that are tuning in, I thank you for your patience because it's very important that the commission listen during the public comment. So I'm closing my lips and I'm listening to Mr. Lance Cherry. I turn it over to you.
Okay. Madam Chair, the first up we'll have is Kyle Jackson. Kyle, I have unmuted you. If you would unmute yourself on your side, you are free to speak.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I very much appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak. My topic would be touching on the Habitat Stamp Program. I've read through the proposed changes and I'm very much in favor of the Habitat Stamp Program and the future of the Habitat Stamp Program, putting those conservation dollars on the ground. The one issue that I have with that is the increase in the fee. Looking at the financials of the department and the way that the Habitat Stamp Program is run, it doesn't make financial sense to me to be able to, or to have to raise that fee, as there are over $3 million, according to the department's financials, over $3 million in the Habitat Management Fund. However, only 300,000 of that is budgeted every year. The annual revenue from the Habitat Stamp is approximately 900,000. And so raising the fee to me would not make financial sense. It would make more sense to increase that budget, the allotment that goes towards the Habitat goes towards the Habitat Stamp Program. Then we could leverage more federal dollars to put more conservation projects on the ground. So that would be my request, is that you would strike from that proposal that increase in fees, as it doesn't make sense to put that burden on the New Mexico residents when we have that money in that Habitat Management Fund.
Thank you, Kyle Jackson. We do appreciate your comment. Next.
Okay, Madam Chair, the next up will be Cindy Toole. Cindy Toole, your mic has been unmuted.
Thank you, Commissioner and Chair. My name is Cindy Toole. I'm a resident of Tucson, Arizona, but I frequently visit New Mexico for work and for recreation. And I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to participate in this meeting remotely, not only just because of the COVID restrictions and my desire not to travel at the moment, but also because it saves a lot of gas and time and energy. So very much appreciate this opportunity. I'm asking you today to please consider allowing the release of family groups of Mexican gray wolves this year in order to boost the genetic diversity of the wild population. As you probably know, relying on cross-fostering is a risky and long-term strategy, and the wolves need genetic rescue as soon as possible. I'd also ask that you please consider disallowing private trapping in Mexican gray wolf habitat. There are too many wolves that are maimed or killed by the loopholes allowing predator trapping. This practice should be banned statewide for the sake of all non-target species, including domestic dogs and humans. But at the very least, I do hope that you would consider restricting the use of trapping in wolf habitat, as this would be a boost for the wolf recovery program and prevent unnecessary injury and distress to the Mexican gray wolves. And I do appreciate your participation in the Mexican gray wolf recovery program. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy Toole. That was very nice. Thank you. Next, Lance Jerry.
Next up, we have Angie Kellick. Angie, you are unmuted.
Hi, my name is Angie Kellick, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a resident of the Glenwood Hills neighborhood in Albuquerque, which is near basically Montgomery and Tramway up to the Bear Canyon Arroyo and Tramway. And the topic that I wanted to raise was related to hunting in the Sandia foothills. In some parts of Glenwood Hills, the properties actually directly abut the wilderness space. And so there is no buffer zone between the properties and where hunting is allowed. And I'm well aware that it is an archery only or bow hunting only hunting zone. But what I've observed in my neighborhood is that there are many deer in the neighborhood, and hunters will run through the neighborhood and chase the deer into the open space, or into what is not Albuquerque's open space, but into the wilderness space so they can hunt them. I realize this is illegal, however it happens. And so I would like the commission to consider some form of buffer zone, even for archery hunting in the Sandia foothills, in areas where there is no actual buffer zone between the properties and the wilderness space. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Angie Kellick. Lance Cherry, who's next?
Next up, we have Cindy Namdar. Cindy, you have been unmuted.
Thank you. I thank you for the opportunity also to speak with you remotely. I, just as the previous speaker, am concerned with the bow and arrow hunting. Our property is right on the border of the national forest. So the hunters come up and walk the path right along the side of our house. They drag the deer down that way. They also go up there, and there's walking paths behind our house. So there's children that go up there with their parents. They gut the deer at times up there and just leave the guts. And this is scary that they are able to, to shoot a bow and arrow in an area where people walk, and that they, take their children. I'm not against hunting deer. I just think that the way it is right now with the homes up against this, and our home in particular, that this just isn't right for, a family neighborhood to have to deal with this type of hunting. A lot of the deer do come down, like she said, and the hunters will chase them back up there and shoot them once they're back up there. And they'll park in front of our homes, and they'll sit there and they'll watch for the deer. They don't even go out and not all of them, but they'll go and sit and wait for the deer, and then they see a deer, and then they'll go out and try to grab it. So, during these, whether it's the youth or whether it's the hunting in January when the adults come, it's pretty, traumatic if you have a child and you're walking down and they see hunters hidden there with bows and arrows ready to kill the deers that they had just walked by and seen and said, oh, look at that, that's Bambi. So I'm asking you if you could push it back, or so that they wouldn't be near the trails behind our homes. I just think it's just really traumatic for a child, and to walk by and see guts of a deer or guts of an animal that are laying there. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak, and I hope you would consider trying to prevent this. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Namdar. Lance, may we have our next speaker?
Madam Chair, next up is Seth Heath. Seth, you have been unmuted.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I just want to speak in favor of the habitat stamp increase. The fee has not been increased since 1986. It's a measly $5, and I think it's a rather small contribution that hunters can make to improving habitat for the animals. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you, Seth Heath. Lance Cherry, our next speaker is?
Our next speaker is Earl Conway. Earl, you've been unmuted.
Thank you, Lance. Mr. Chair and Commission, thanks for the opportunity to talk to you. I just happen to live right at Montgomery and Tramway in the Glenwood Hills area, and I've hunted the sandias for years, bow hunting, and I've seen the transition. The houses moved into the area, and it is a problem that we need to solve. Be a great place to use some habitat stamp money to set up a nice little access area so that we don't have to walk through the neighborhoods to get to the deer, or the deer come down and eat all my plants. So anyway, but that's not what I want to talk to you about. I'm the conservation director for New Mexico Bass Nation, and we had a lot of issues this year with accessing public waters, especially on the reservoirs. And we actually had New Mexico State Parks be relatively aggressive in trying to keep boats off of public waters where they did not have state leased land rights. And so anyway, I'd just like to inform the commission that we're concerned about that, and we would like for New Mexico State Parks not to harass the anglers that are legally accessing public waters. And I'll keep it short.
Thank you, Earl. Thank you. Very good. Next up, Lance Cherry is?
Kevin Long. Kevin, you have been unmuted.
Good morning, everybody. The question I want to raise concerns is I'm from a Blue Water Lake area, and of course, there's part of the lake around the surrounding areas is the Navajo Nation, and what my concern is that some of the tribal members in that area, they have cattle grazing, and they have livestock grazing around the lake, and this is going to be a concern for some of the anglers. And I was just wondering if somebody can probably reach out to the tribe and see if we can mitigate that to designate grazing, because I'm also the newly elected land board for that area for the tribe, the Baca Pruitt, the Roo, and Casimiro Lake area. And they have a few heads of cattle walking around that lake, and there's also sheep there too. And of course, this is a recreation area and people do camp, and I would just hate for someone to hit one of these cows, and then it'll raise some concerns for the people in the area. And if we can maybe work together to try to designate as no grazing in that area. So that way, everybody stays happy. And also with the homeowners in the area too. I'm a realtor with Keller Williams also. So, they reached out to me regarding these concerns, and they would like to see this happen, because there's at least more than about 20 heads of cows walking around that lake, and see if we can try to get that taken care of. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Long. Very good. Mr. Chair is number 8.
Next up is Brandon Nguyen. Brandon, you've been unmuted.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good morning, Madam Chair, Director, and Commissioners, and Mr. Cherry too. So I live in the area that the people were talking about, right up against the Sandias, where the bow hunting occurs. And I've only lived here for a couple of years, but I've been hiking in these hills for 30 years, I think, since I landed in Albuquerque. And there is a lot more people recreational use it, especially with the pandemic, of course, and I don't know if that's going to taper off, but even before the pandemic, there's a lot more people along there. And as a hunter, and I'll probably get a lot of grief from my hunting friends, but I wouldn't mind at least Game and Fish studying, creating a little buffer there. There is a trail like Trail 365 that goes right across the houses and stuff. And personally, I haven't seen much hunting activity, but there was an incident where someone, left a gut pile right next to a busy trail. So some education for the hunters, drag that stuff off a little bit. And I think that at least looking at a buffer zone would be appropriate, and push the hunters. You wouldn't have to push them up the hill very far to get away from most recreational users are just going sideways across the face of the mountains there. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, Brandon Nguyen. Number 9, Mr. Cherry, who is this?
Joshua Urban. Joshua, you've been unmuted.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to say I agree with Seth that we should increase the $5. It'll help for our future generations to continue hunting, and then just get better habitat for all of our wildlife that us hunters and anglers like to continue to chase. And then just thank you guys for everything you've done through the pandemic, and have a good day.
Thank you, Joshua Urban. Number 10, who's next? Lance Cherry.
Next up is Tanner Crow. Tanner, you've been unmuted.
Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I wanted to talk about the habitat stamp as well. Although I've only been hunting and fishing in New Mexico since 2015, I've lived here my whole life. I'm a Roswell native. I'm for increasing the price of the habitat stamp, but only if there's a line item agenda talking about what the money's used for, because in other states like Arizona or Wyoming that have really good migratory habits for their deer antelope populations, they have really detailed habitat programs, for instance, installing water wells in other areas. But as far as I've been able to find, there isn't a action report for what the habitat stamp is used for. I think if we were to increase it, but provide information as to what that money is used for, people would be more open and willing to go along with it. That's about all I have to say.
Thank you, Tanner Crow. Very nice. Mr. Cherry, do we have any other persons ready to speak?
Madam Chair, that was our final public comment.
Wonderful. Lord Almighty, we're just right on.
Well, Madam Chair, we did have one last minute pop in here.
Okay, you know what I love about this Director Mike Sloan about the Department of Game and Fish? You all are so efficient. You not only listen to people and you're very responsive to our public, but you are very efficient and you are very diligent of keeping an eye on things. So Lance Cherry, thank you. Thank you for watching the details there. Who's our next speaker?
Our next speaker is Kent Salazar.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner and Madam Chair and Commissioners and Director Sloan. And I just wanted to briefly talk in favor of the habitat stamp increase from $5 to $10. I'm a member of ECHO, Hispanics enjoying camping, hunting in the outdoors, along a large group here in New Mexico. And we talked about it. And this is the first increase that we've ever heard of on this. It's been at $5, I think, forever. And it's really necessary for habitat for our wildlife. And we stand in strong support of it. Thank you all for everything you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, that's it.
Wow. I can't say thank you enough to all of you who spoke up today. We will have another public session later this afternoon. And for those of you who were unable to speak this morning, I do hope that you are interested, and throughout the morning, throughout the afternoon, we have many agenda items and the commissioner is here to listen. So that said, we are nearing 9:30 and that our next agenda item is item number 5, the executive session, which is closed to the public. Do we want to have some discussion before we have a motion on that? Do I have a motion? Well, I will move to adjourn into executive session, closed to the public, pursuant to section 10:15(1)(h)(8) of the New Mexico statutes, to discuss property acquisition and pursuant to section 10:15(1)(h)(7), the New Mexico statutes in 1978, discuss matters subject to the attorney-client privilege relating to threatened litigation in which the commission and or the department is or may become a party. This is listed in agenda item number 5, subsections A and B. Mr. Secretary, Michael Sloan, I believe this motion requires a roll call vote.
Madam Chair, I think you need a second.
Second. Thank you, Vice Chair. You know what? She's always watching my back, and I got to say thank you, Vice Chair. Okay, Director Michael Sloan, we'll take that vote now.
Thank you. Commissioner Vestbach.
Yes.
Commissioner Souls.
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer.
Yes.
Commissioner Bates.
Yes.
Vice Chair Salazar Henry.
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
We'll go into an executive session.
Madam Chair, we have 5 minutes to transition.
Yes, I'll get organized. 5 minutes. We'll be on 9:35. Good morning, commissioners. Director Michael Sloan, it is now 11 o'clock on Thursday, December 3rd. We are returning back into session. We are ready to leave. Agenda item number 5, the executive session. Director Mike, can you summarize for us that executive session?
Madam Chair, the commission discussed matters related to litigation. And then we discussed with the commission some property acquisition as it was listed on the agenda. And I believe that the commission would like to make a motion related to one of those property acquisitions. And if I may, Madam Chair, I would go ahead and say what I think it is, and then if it's the commission's will, it can make that motion.
Very good. Thank you for summarizing.
Madam Chair, I believe the motion that the commission is interested in making, since no decisions were made during the executive session, is to move to authorize the department to negotiate purchase of property in Debaca and Roosevelt counties. Further, to authorize the chair to sign documents necessary to complete the purchase.
Madam
Is
Chair,
there
I
a
would,
commissioner? Oh, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I would move the motion as read by the director.
Thank you,
second
Commissioner.
that.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Director Mike Sloan, can you please take a roll vote?
Commissioner Vespach,
Yes.
Commissioner Souls,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer,
Yes.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Vice Chair Salazar Henry,
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Director. Let us move on to agenda item number 6, the consent agenda. There are 2 action items, A and B. Vice Chair, I typically look to you for your guidance and summary of this important consent agenda. It includes the approval of minutes on October 16th. They are posted on the Department of Game and Fish website. And the approval of license revocations. At our last good discussion about the process. And again, we also extend a lot of thanks to officers, particularly Officer Griego, for the work that the others are doing. So I turn it over to you, Vice Chair.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Vice.
So essentially what I'd like to make sure that happens is we'd like to do perform a separate vote on item A and item B. And because that will allow any of the commissioners that have an issue with any of, or would like additional information on revocations to single those out, and then we can discuss. And so that's all I have to say. And I think Commissioner Vespach's trying to get in on this conversation. Commissioner?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I do have just one revocation recommendation that I'd like to discuss separately from the consent agenda. So you can advise me on the right way to proceed there if I need to make a motion to separate or how that works.
I don't think we need a motion. Let us just proceed as described by Vice Chair. So let's look to action item A, the approval of minutes. Some discussion. I think there are a few typos the department can take care of. Otherwise, I thought they were very good. Do we have a motion on, do we need a motion, Vice Chair?
Yes, I make a motion that we approve the meeting minutes from the commission meeting that was held in October 16th, 2020.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Bates. Director Sloan, can you please take a vote?
He's broken.
Director, you're on mute.
That's frustrating. Commissioner Vespach,
Yes.
Commissioner Souls,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer,
Yes.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Vice Chair Salazar Henry,
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Director Sloan. Vice Chair, can we move into discussion on approval of license of revocations? And I hear Commissioner Vespach.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I have one individual that I'd like to discuss where the hearing officer reduced the recommended revocation from what the department recommended. And I feel like it's pretty straightforward. I need your advice on how to proceed in terms of, pulling that out and making a recommendation on it, or how you'd like me to proceed there with all the other revocations as well. It's in group 1 and I can read the name of the individual as well.
Director Sloan, what is your recommendation? Should we just leave with that one individual?
Madam Chair, I think you could make a separate motion with the one individual, or you could move to adopt all of the recommendations, but with a change to the one individual in a single motion, whatever you're most comfortable with.
Okay, Commissioner Jeremy, how would you like to proceed? Those are a couple of options.
I think that second option makes sense, so then I can go ahead and discuss. And so it is, I see you shaking your head, yes. So I'll move forward. It's Mr. Frank Kilsura and Kilsura, if I'm pronouncing that right, Kilsura. And the department recommended a 3-year revocation. The hearing officer reduced it to 1 year. And I think this is a pretty straightforward one. It's the reason is, this was an issue of a hunter with a private land license illegally hunting on public land. And reading through the reports, the reasoning was essentially that he had seen other people trespass so much that eventually Mr. Kilsura decided he would just start hunting public land with a private license. And I think that concept of everybody else was doing it, therefore I should too. I don't like seeing that get a reduced sentence. I think it sends the wrong message when we're trying to show compliance to give a reduced sentence to someone who openly admits that they chose to break the law based on seeing others do it too. So I would like to recommend that we move back to the original recommendation of a 3-year revocation on that individual. And that's what I had there. Thank you. And I will add, I think I read through all the other reasoning, and I think the reduced sentences made sense in those other instances. This one stood out to me for that reason.
So Commissioner Vesbach, is that a motion or is that a discussion?
I guess I can make it as a motion unless there's further discussion. Okay, so I would move that we approve all revocations as presented, with the exception of the recommendation on Frank Kilsura, that we move from a 1-year back to a 3-year revocation on that individual.
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Vesbach and Vice Chair. Director, can we please move to a vote?
Commissioner Vesbach,
yes.
Commissioner Souls,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer,
Yes.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Vice Chair Salazar Henry,
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Director Sloan. Before we move on to our next agenda item, Lance Cherry, are we okay with our Zoom webinar chat? I see a message that came in where someone's unable to join via Zoom. Are we having technical difficulties?
No, Madam Chair, that would be just that individual had a difficult time. Posted their comment to our YouTube channel, and Jesse Dubell kindly helped share that for me onto our Zoom chat so that it would be sitting there for you to use at your discretion.
Thank you, Mr. Cherry. Does that mean that the public is unable to see his comment?
It means that he's only watching this meeting on YouTube, not on Zoom today. And so it was just a courtesy for us to reach out and take those. Typically, our YouTube channel is not monitored for comments, only our Zoom meeting.
Okay. Do you think it's important to read what the statement states for the record?
I think it will be, but perhaps you might wait until public comment and just
Perfect.
enter it into record at that point.
Thank you, sir. That's what I wanted to hear. Let us move on to agenda item number 7. Director Michael Sloan, this is one that I always look forward to hearing from you. It is your director's report. It is a discussion item. It has brought tears to my eyes in the past because I am very proud of the department, but I am very proud of our community of hunters, fishers, sportsmen, women, So thank you. I turn it over to you for an overview of the department's activities since our last meeting.
Madam Chair, thank you. I don't think this report will be as much of a tearjerker, but I do appreciate the recognition. So I'll start off with, we did receive during the period since the last commission meeting, the LFC program evaluation report. It was supposed to be heard before the committee, but due to some scheduling conflicts, et cetera, the committee just received it, but did not have a public hearing on it. It contained essentially three findings, while recognizing that the department does collaborate with many other state agencies and NGOs. It encouraged additional collaboration among those agencies. And certainly that's something we do take to heart. We work closely with state forestry, with state parks, the environment department. And so I think that, you know, we'll continue to do that and maybe make it more public that we are doing that. There was also a recommendation to work with LFC and DFA to identify performance measures that better represent how the department is performing. The current performance measures were developed when the Government Accountability Act was first passed many years ago and really have been pretty static. And so we certainly are open to sitting down with those two entities and discussing whether the current metrics are appropriate or whether we should do something different. The last recommendation touched on a number of policy related issues related to commission rule and those sorts of things that the commission may want to look at more closely and consider as we move forward. The report is available on the Legislative Finance Committee site under evaluation reports, program evaluation reports. It's a little bit buried in there, but it's easy enough to find once if you follow the evaluation reports, program evaluation reports links. We are one of the only, if not the only, natural resource agency that's ever had a program evaluation done on it. I feel pretty good about how it came out, and they didn't really identify, you know, major systemic problems in the agency or abuses or anything like that. It's really just sort of some policy and direction and really suggestions. So I feel pretty good about the report in general. You know, we've been asked about how the wildlife corridors planning effort is going, working with the Department of Transportation. In 2019, the Department of Transportation hired Daniel B. Stevens to collect and analyze data and subsequently collect public input. They've had a first round of public input meetings around the state, first of which were in person and several of which after that were via Zoom and those kinds of platforms. A second round will happen after the 2021 draft report is produced. Thus far, the data has included 15 years of vehicle wildlife collision accident reports and GPS data collected by the department on large game animals. 25 locations have been identified and prioritized based on that data. The draft and final reports will contain mitigation recommendations for the locations. Concurrent with this, ecological modeling is ongoing to identify potential corridor use by large game animals for which we have data. So it's still an effort in progress. There should be later this spring a draft report out that will start to lay out the framework and the locations of the collisions and how the modeling is going forward and looking for some public input. Last time we discussed briefly the massive bird die-off that occurred across the state. Mm-hmm. You had asked for an update on that. We do have final pathology reports back from the national lab. The findings show that consistently across the board, the birds were undernourished, had no or limited fat stores, and generally had no foodstuffs in their stomach or intestines. There's no evidence of bacterial or viral diseases. Conclusive findings are not possible, really. The best we can say is that the timing of the record cold, the smoke, the high winds, combined with their timing of migration, may have depleted their stores. They may have come in depleted because they left early from places to the north. And so really it appears that it was just a perfect storm of events that really hammered the bird population as they came through New Mexico. We also discussed that the habitat stamp proposal, and that if there was not significant controversy related to the proposals, I would just give a presentation rather than have a formal presentation again at this meeting. We had a public meeting after the last commission meeting, and really two issues came up. First, there was concern over the fee increase being tied to the CPI. In order to address that concern, the department altered the proposed language to allow the commission to not increase based on a CPI with a motion and a vote at a public meeting. So essentially, it would increase unless the commission said, no, based on economic conditions around, we're not going to allow for an increase in this particular year. The second concern was raised regarding regional representation and direct appointment by commissioners. So we altered the proposed language there again to where we, the department, would accept applications, filter those, and make recommendations to the commission that followed the representation lines that are spelled out for commissioners in statute. And so those are the two significant changes that we made to the rule since you've last seen it. I can say that prior to the October meeting, we received 64 comments. After that, we received an additional 126 for a total of 192 comments. A number of the comments in opposition were form letter type comments. So in terms of the fee increase, we had 153 comments, 81 approving, 72 opposing. For the 50% expenditure towards fish-related projects, we had 40 comments, 25 approving, 15 opposing. Reducing the CAC to one committee, we had 28 comments, 16 approved, 12 opposed. We received a comment letter from the BLM. They support the 50% for fish, the fee increase, and the one CAC. They did suggest a 2-year trial period on the one CAC. But again, I think the commission could go in and amend the rule if they felt like the one CAC wasn't working. The Forest Service did not specifically address any of the proposals, but they did verbally say that they supported the changes. So that's kind of where we are on that. We made some changes to the rule, as I explained. If the commission, after my report, wants to discuss further changes, we would need to have those today in order to get them published in the register and have the 30-day timeline met to have the hearing in January and get a rule in place. So today is really the last day to make any changes. I was also asked about trapper education. You passed a rule last year requiring trapper education of anyone who set traps. So I looked into that. As of November 20th, we had 579 individuals take the full New Mexico trapper education course. 1,070 have taken the hunt-only portion of the course, which allows for hunting but not trapping. The department has issued 899 resident licenses, 31 junior licenses, 23 non-resident licenses. Licenses are only available to those that pass the quizzes at the end of the online course or have passed a course accepted by the department from another entity. So I guess, trapping has been unfortunately in the press recently, and I guess I would like to just make one particular statement or two. One is that we can't address these issues if we don't know about them. Reading them about them in the paper 3 or 4 days later really makes it difficult for our folks to do the investigations that are required. So I would urge anyone that has an issue to contact our officers so that we can initiate an investigation rapidly and resolve the issues. The other item that I'd like to point out is that there is guidance in our rules and information booklet on how traps work, such that people can understand if they have a problem, how to get an animal out of a trap. And I would encourage folks to look at that. 2 additional items. Our I&E staff has developed a podcast. We posted 3 on a SoundCloud site that can be accessed through the department's homepage. We'll be putting out 1 a month or so. A pretty excited product I think that people will really enjoy. And then lastly, we've had a particularly busy hunting season, as you all recognize, with the number of people that have been going afield. Our folks are pretty tired, but they did a great job. And the season's starting to wind down a little bit, so hopefully they'll have a little downtime before we have the next big push. But I really appreciate the effort that our staff has done out in the field, staying safe and making sure that our wildlife resources are protected. And with that, Madam Chair, I'd stand for any questions or discussion.
Thank you, Director Sloan. I think we should move into some discussion. I see some comments from the public, and I would be very interested in hearing from the commissioners before I move into that public comment.
I would like to make some comments if I may, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Commissioner Kramer.
So I attended the public meetings as well, and have had lots of feedback from people in the area and across the state. And a lot of it, of course, is the fee increase. And a lot of them were concerned for family people with children. And then the other end of the spectrum were seniors who are on limited incomes. And so what I think should be suggested is, if a person under 18 is required, or over the age of 65 are required to purchase a license, then let's keep that at the habitat stamp at $5. If they're not required to purchase a license, like anglers under 12 or anglers over 70, then they don't have to have that habitat stamp. They won't be required to purchase it. I'm really concerned about the consumer price index. I did a lot of research on that, and 13% of the time that consumer price index goes down. There was one point in time where it went down like 3 or 4 years in a row. It took 27 years for it to get back to where it started at. I just, as a financial manager of this department, I think it'd be hard to plan if you don't know how much you have for the next year. I think it would be a lot simpler to say, okay, it's going to go up 50 cents every 2 years or whatever, some set amount, so they could make a plan. That would be 5%. But I'm not set on an amount or anything, but that consumer price index is very concerning to me. Talked to a commissioner in Colorado who they're not sold on it yet, even though they're doing it. So I know that the language is in there that we don't have to go with it, but that means you got to look at it every year. And I don't know. I have some issues with that. And then a lot of the comments again were about the regional representation on the committees. I guess if we went with one, I think we should have 3 reps from each area, which would make 9, and then 2 by the director, should make an 11-person committee, would be my recommendation. The other thing is we want to make sure that we redo the maintenance allocation formula so that it will accommodate the increased monies. And then a really good idea that came out in one of the public meetings was develop a list of point of contacts. So if sportsmen are out there and they see a project that needs maintenance, they have somebody to contact. And I thought that was a really good idea, because in the past they've called me. It would be nice to have a point of contact within the department. So those are my comments.
Very good comments, Commissioner Kramer. Thank you. Any other commissioners?
Madam Chair?
Vice Chair?
I know there seems to be this rumor going around that all we do is budget $300,000 for site habitat projects. So if the director can, again, it was explained in all the previous public meetings, but if the director can explain it again, that we actually budget more, part of it lives somewhere else, and maybe we can get people a little more clear. While I agree that we take in 900, only budget 750, that's not a good thing. If we can get the legislature to allow us to budget more, we will. And I know the cash balance is sitting there at $3 million. We could wipe that out with one fish project. So if the director can please explain the budgeting thing so people will know that we're actually budgeting to the max that we're allowed.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, you're correct. We budget in two different places. We budget in our operating budget at that $300,000 to $400,000 number for salaries and some maintenance and those sorts of things. And then we also request funding through our capital outlay, which is $1 million every other year. We've been relatively conservative because that's how we've tended to manage our funds. We have seen that cash balance creep up just a little bit. And you are correct, with the addition of the fish projects, we could spend all of that money just putting in a fish barrier somewhere. So yes, we've been a little conservative with our budgeting, and we could spend more, and assuming the legislature would allow us to. But we do have those two different places where we draw funds, and that's really how we've managed it. By asking for capital, it allows us 4 years to expend that money. So when a prescribed fire can happen in the fall, maybe it can happen in the spring or the next year, or we can switch projects. It gives us a great deal more flexibility. But we are budgeting $1 million at least, yes.
All right. I guess some of my other comments is we've had quite an extensive public input process on this proposal. And I think some of the things that Gail, Commissioner Kramer is proposing is significant enough that we need to go back out again to the public, because we have, from what I can see, from what I listened to with the director's comments, as well as what I'm receiving, we have overwhelming support for both the stamp fee increase, for the 50% going to fish projects, and for the cost of living, and for the one committee, including from our federal partners who used to be the hardest ones to convince that we needed to consolidate more. So I'm not in any way inclined to change the proposal at this point. I like where it's been. I think this program was due to be overhauled. I think the fact that there's nothing in our lives that we paid $5 for in 1986 that still stayed the same, or that it cost the same all these years down the road. I think if we're going to really be investing into stream habitat work, which costs about $1 million a mile, that this license fee, the stamp fee increase is necessary. And I like the flexibility of having the option to increase it with the CPI or not. That gives any commissioner an opportunity to make the case why or why not to do that. And I particularly like one committee size because I think we're going to get better projects out there. And I also look forward to this committee developing all those processes and criteria for awarding money, for deciding how to deal with maintenance. We've talked at great length about waters and where they need to be now with climate change, and using GIS and GPS coordinates to map waters across the state, so we start putting them where they're needed, not just because they've always been there. So these are all really important things, and I look forward to this really neat committee being able to tackle those and provide recommendations to the commission. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And again, thank you, Commissioner Kramer. Other commissioners, before I go into the public, because I see that there is at least one person who would like to speak.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, we'll go with Commissioner Bates and then with Commissioner Vesbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Director Sloan, I'm not sure if this is the right time or not, but as part of your director's report, can you give us any insight on the upcoming legislative session? Are there any legislature that is pending that the department should be aware of, we should be working on, we should be working against, developing strategies? Just if there's any insight you could share, I'd appreciate it.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bates, as you know, the department doesn't have any specific legislation being put forward. I have heard of several bills that are likely to come forward. One is the bill that was put out in 2019, I believe, related to trapping on public lands and the ban of that. One is a an environmental database, which would require several of the environmental related agencies to consolidate their GIS information and have it housed at UNM through the Natural Heritage Program for use for posting by so the public could use it to make decisions and understand what was happening across the street and across the state and the various GIS layers. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. It seems like there was one more that was related to our work, but I don't think that I've heard any formalization of any particular legislation. There's always talk about various license related things, from fee increases to allocation models and those sorts of things, but I'm not aware of any formalization of any legislation related to those things.
Fantastic. Thank you. I didn't really mean to put you on the spot that much, but I guess I did.
That's okay. I appreciate
You asked a
question.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Bates. Commissioner Vesbach?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to also say that I think the flexibility that the department built into the Habitat Stamp program, while there's been some good issues raised around, if it had been tied directly to a CPI without the ability to adjust, I think the flexibility allows us to move forward with this, and I'd like to see us move forward with it rather than have to go back out and comment. And as it is a rule that's also by the commission, we always have flexibility in the future. But I think it's really important that we break out of this cycle of ignoring fees and letting them go down in real dollars for decades. And this kind of puts an onus on the commission to address, and not this commission, but hopefully future commissions to address it. And so I think it's good to kind of work out the ideas around this before we look to addressing our very much needed license fee increase across the board at the legislature. So it gives us a chance to kind of figure these things out, work through them. I think it's a good flexible proposal to move forward with. So thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Vesbach. Other commissioners, Souls, Lopez? Okay, very good. Let's move on. I want to say, Commissioner Kramer, I tend to agree with you. I tend to get some of these emails, comments from persons about the hardships, not only with the COVID and the need for refunds of some of their licenses. Director Sloan, I know your department feels questions about that all the time. And so I appreciate you, Commissioner Kramer, for raising the issue. It is a very important issue. But Director, do you want to say anything more before I move to the public comment?
No. Madam Chair, no, unless you need me to.
No. Okay, so let me read the two comments. And the second one, I would like Lance Cherry to possibly open up to that person. First comment, chat that I see is that, again, we had problems with the YouTube channel, somebody unable to join the Zoom, and Ronnie DeMasters wrote in, ownership of wildlife belongs to residents of the state of New Mexico. It's held in trust by the state for their benefit. License issuance to a person by fair means, not owner of real estate. So thank you for that comment. John Crenshaw, I believe you had asked to submit a comment regarding the director's report. You are the president of the New Mexico Wildlife Federation. Lance Cherry, are you able to bring him in?
I have allowed him to talk. If he will unmute his mic, he's good to go.
I hope it's unmuted. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the courtesy. I believe the problem of getting signed in was here at my end and had nothing to do with certainly Lance Cherry or the system. I own it. What I mainly wanted to talk about is the LFC report, which really gave the department a lot of credit. Once again, listening to Director Sloan, as I have over many years, come to the same conclusion and observation. This is the most incredibly diverse department in terms of the task and responsibilities it has, possibly in state government. it's just incredible, and you guys are doing great work, and I do appreciate it on behalf of the organization personally. What I would like to ask is that I believe that there was a request from the LFC for a written response to their paper and analysis. And if there is one, I would like it to be shared with the public. And along those same lines, the broader issue that came up in there is one that's resurfaced regularly since 1978, when the legislature first attempted to combine state parks and the Game and Fish Department and them it all together in 1978. They modified the bill before it all went through, and we have the current system where the department's administratively attached. In 2011, and it's referenced in that LFC report, there were identical bills on the state and Senate and House side to combine the game department with State Parks Division, to make the commission basically toothless advisory committee, and to have the director appointed directly by the Secretary of Emnerd, which means by the governor. And as you know, and I've said before, the New Mexico Wildlife Federation and I remember Trout Unlimited was there, and we oppose that very strongly. And I just want to go on record and put everybody on notice, including the administration and the legislature, that if another bill comes up like that in 2011, it's going to be game on. We are not going to stand by for that. I know that there is no bill now. I don't speak in absolutes, or try not to, because there may be something that's marvelous that comes up that we could support. But I don't anticipate that. That's not been the history. And I do appreciate, again, all the work that the commission does. And the way the system is, it's still not perfect, never will be, but it's way ahead. As I've said again and will in the future, it's way ahead of anything that we've come up with that's in second place. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Lance Cherry, do we have any other comments?
Madam Chair, next up will be Brandon Nguyen.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Director Sloan, thank you for the opportunity to speak again. I appreciate it very much. And so I also wanted to speak about the LFC auditor report, whatever it's called. And so they brought up in there the elk landowner permits and how unequitable they are for the New Mexico hunters. And so I would like to see the commission take a hard look at that and educate itself on our landowner permit system compared to other states across the West and other methods that other states have decided to take to work with landowners to create public access instead of remove public access to our wildlife. You know, the wildlife is owned, as Mr. DeMaster said correctly, it's black letter law that the wildlife is owned by the citizens of each state. And New Mexico is probably the worst offender for fidelity to that principle, Utah being the other one. So, you know, like in Arizona, they have world-class wildlife management, just like New Mexico does. They have 0 landowner permits. They have 0 outfitters set aside. So I would think that our commission would at least want to look at, after that LFC report, and this is no news that they put out, we've all known this for a long time, that the commission should at least look at and at least ask yourselves, why are we so different? And should we be so different than most of the Western states in the way we handle private land and public hunting? It's a real problem. I think the poster child for how bad our system is that Arizona, through their enhancement program like ours, their state sanctioned raffles, one of the things they raffle every year is a New Mexico landowner permit. They make $80,000 to $100,000 a year off of a New Mexico landowner permit for their wildlife. So they're so stingy with their permits as far as getting them to their residents through a draw where everyone has an equal chance with a strong resident preference, much higher than New Mexico's residents preference, that they look to New Mexico. They won't even cough up their own tag. They have one auction and one raffle tag, but they have another one. They're making money for their elk with our landowner permit. And if I was on the game commission, I would be pretty embarrassed by that. Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Brandon Nguyen. Lance Cherry, do we have any other comments?
Next up is Jesse Dubell.
Thank you, Jesse Dubell.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to start by really commending Director Sloan and department staff and leadership with regard to the public process and how that process was handled as we worked through this whole habitat stamp program renewal process. I mean, it was a lengthy process and there was a lot of suggestions, adjustments, discussions, so on and so forth. And the presentations that were put together by the staff were fantastic. The opportunity for public input was wonderful. The receptiveness of both the staff and leadership of the department to take into consideration that public comment was also exceptional. So I just really want to thank the department for doing such a wonderful job with that. It was very much appreciated. The next thing I'd like to say is that I appreciate Director Sloan providing a brief update on the State Wildlife Corridors Action Plan that's being currently drafted. And my hope is, and I don't know if the director and other members of the staff can help to apply some pressure, but I would really like to see that the first draft of that plan ready for maybe a presentation at the January 15th commission meeting. With COVID and the current pandemic and the way things have changed, I recognize that timelines have been adjusted, but it would really be terrific if we are in a place to have a presentation on that on the January 15th meeting. I also really appreciate the update on the migratory bird die-off that Director Sloan provided. And I'm hoping perhaps we could have a similar update in the January 15th meeting on the existence of the rabbit hemorrhagic disease that we've been experiencing across not much of New Mexico, particularly the southern portion of the state. I know there's been some discussion about that, but perhaps a update to the public at the January 15th meeting, letting us know what the current situation is with our rabbit populations and the spread of that disease. I think that would be very helpful. So thank you very much, commissioners. Thank you, Director Sloan. I appreciate all of you taking the time to participate in this meeting with the public today.
Thank you, Jesse DeBell. Lance, do we have any other persons that would like to speak? And if so, how many?
Madam Chair, we have two more individuals. Next up would be Dan Roper.
Okay, let us hear from those two, and then Director Sloan, I'd like to hear from you, and so that we can close up this session so we can move to the committee reports. I think there's some asks, and maybe you can respond to those asks after we hear from these other two. Okay, very good. Dan Roper, we look forward to hearing from you.
Yeah, good morning, commissioners. Dan Roper with Trout Unlimited. I'll be brief. I wanted to just say another word in support of the proposed changes to the habitat stamp program. It's a priority for us and something we've put a lot of time into. I feel I can be brief because I think you've all received 2 rounds of detailed comments, and our members have participated in all the public meetings to date. We thank the department for their work on that and providing those opportunities. I think our comments today are just very much in line with the perspective of the vice chair, moving to one committee, increasing the fee, funding for fish projects, and utilizing a consumer price index. And we think you've done a good job of building in some flexibility into this, especially as it pertains to the CPI. And it seems like there's nothing that prevents you from coming back down the road and tweaking this program further if experience shows that some additional changes are needed. So thank you for your work on this. We really hope to see this approved and implemented as proposed by the department. And we think it's going to result in some really meaningful changes on the ground. So thank you.
Thank you, Dan Roper. Next comment.
Madam Chair, next up is Kyle Jackson.
Thank you, Kyle.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, and Director, thank you for the chance to talk again. I just wanted to maybe get the director to make some clarifications. Vice Chair Salazar Henry was talking about the monies for the Habitat Stamp program. In my understanding, the actual budget from the Habitat Management Fund, which is what the $5 of the Habitat Stamp goes to, is only $300,000 a year. I understand there's more budgeted from Pittman Robertson, Dingle Johnson, et cetera, mostly federal. But I wanted some clarification on where that additional monies came from. The capital outlay, in my understanding, does not actually come out of the Habitat Management Fund. If I get some clarification on that, would be great.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Okay, Director Sloan, maybe we can have a wrap up on your report and answer some of these comments or respond to the comments.
Madam Chair, I will do the best that I can. I'll take the easy ones first. We'd be happy to do an update on the rabbit hemorrhagic disease at the January commission meeting. I'll make a note of that. The corridors project, I'm afraid that report likely will not be available until probably our March meeting, but we can certainly do a presentation then.
Perfect.
COVID has slowed the progress of it, but we would certainly do one as soon as we can. Let's see, relative to the landowner system, I don't really want to get too deep into it, but I would point people to statute 17.3.14.1, landowner permits for elk. The director of the Department of Game and Fish shall issue landowner permits for the lawful taking of elk in accordance with regulations of the State Game Commission. So while I understand people's concern about a private land system, the legislature does direct us to have one that is not mentioned in the LFC report. So there's some sort of balance that needs to occur there. Let's see, in terms of the Habitat Stamp budget, it is not correct that money that is in the capital does not come from the Habitat Stamp Fund. It does, in fact. The $1 million that we get every other year does come directly from the Habitat Management Stamp Fund. The actually closer to $400,000 appropriation annually for operating expenses to pay our employee and do some maintenance is in the regular budget. And then we have that $1 million that we get every other year coming out of capital. That is all Habitat Stamp funding. And yes, we do in fact use that money to match and bring in additional federal dollars, but the base allocation is Habitat Stamp funding. Lastly, and I guess this was one of the easy ones I could have hit, our response is included in the entire LFC report that is posted on the legislative site. And I think that responds to everything. The one last item I guess I would let you know is that if the commission does choose to give us direction on the Habitat Stamp rule, I would reiterate that we need that absolutely today so that we can make any changes and get it to records and archives so it can be published in time to have a hearing in January. And we absolutely have to have that hearing in January to have a rule in place for the Habitat Stamp.
Thank you, Director Sloan. I'm looking at the agenda, and if we do want to have a discussion on that stamp, I can see where we could, one option, do that during the committee report. Jeremy Vesbach, Commissioner, I think we're going to look forward to hearing from you. I don't know if we would want to put some kind of discussion there. The committee reports are not action items, but I think with our discussion, we could give you that direction, Director Sloan, that you're asking for is my thought and my suggestion. Of course, we're really behind schedule here. I don't know if you all would like to take a break and do we just continue proceeding and then go to our lunch break as scheduled and just go through the action items? Okay, well then let's just proceed. Let's continue to plow through. Moving on to our next agenda item, which is the committee reports. I want to say thank you to the commissioners because all of you have been doing a lot of behind the scenes work, meeting with the Department of Game and Fish, meeting with persons from all of our districts. And so a very big shout out. Thank you to the hard work that you all are doing. Vice Chair, can you please kick off this agenda item with the Finance Committee report or summary?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for those of you who don't know or maybe forgot, there are 3 commissioners on the Finance Committee. That's myself, Commissioner Jeremy Vesbach, and Commissioner Bates. And we work with the director and with Paul Varela, the chief of ASD, to go through the department's finances as part of our fiduciary responsibility as commission members. We met on November 16th. We reviewed the cash balance statements for all of the funds, including all the restricted funds. We reviewed the revenue expense reports. We also had the ASD chief, Paul Varela, prepare some comparison reports so we can look at trends between revenue expenses and cash balance so we can more accurately predict or maybe understand a little more on how we're moving cash flow. With what we're seeing right now, what's happening right now with the revenue and the expenses is that it's falling in line with what we would expect for the first quarter of the year. And we are not seeing any real strain on the department's finances due to COVID in either revenue or expenses. We had a healthy cash balance, an increase in cash balance moving forward from the year before. And we seem to be following that and keeping that intact. And we've grown that about 14% in the first quarter. We're expecting some license revenue analysis report soon. As soon as we have that, we'll share that with the commission. And we are mostly looking at that to understand the trends and make sure we're monitoring any dips in our hunting and angling opportunities. We attended an audit exit conference with the state required annual audit, and they issued a draft report, which we went through. I won't be able to comment on this time since it's a draft report. It still needs to be reviewed by the state auditor's office. We will have a full presentation at our January meeting on the report, and we are very pleased with the work the department has done with the auditors. The chair and I met with the LFC folks to go through their draft embargoed LFC program audit, and the directors covered all that needs to be said about that at this time. So that's it for our report.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for that wonderful summary. I also see that in item A, we have the Hunt Structure Committee. Jeremy Vesbach, Commissioner, can you please give us a quick little summary, or do you want to open it for some discussion here?
Yes, Madam Chair, I give a quick summary and then open for discussion if you like. Yeah, so the committee is made up of myself, Vice Chair Salazar Henry, and Commissioner David Souls. And, essentially what we're doing is getting well ahead of the big game rule cycle, which opens in 2022, looking at how we distribute our hunting licenses in New Mexico. And as the Legislative Finance Committee audit pointed out, there has been a lot of controversy about this through the years that I think it's focus of attention. So we're really looking at how to cooperatively look at solutions and things we could do for resident hunting opportunity. And in particular, the LFC report compares New Mexico to other states without getting into a lot of detail. But I think you can also look at different species within New Mexico, comparing the state within itself. And so antelope and elk are the only 2 species when you look at overall licenses sold that are below 80% for residents. The previous commission made a big increase in terms of resident opportunity. I'll give them a lot of credit on the pronghorn system. There was a 6% increase towards residents. We're still below 60% there for residents overall. However, they did make a big change in the last cycle, and also provided more opportunity overall through opening more public lands, to making more public lands available to pronghorn hunting. And so we have some tools like Open Gate, which is a very cooperative program that has never really gotten out of the startup phase at the department, where other states have millions of acres cooperatively enrolled in that program. It's a real win-win for landowners and sportsmen. So we're just kind of looking at these. I think we're looking forward to getting into a public comment phase, hearing things. But really right now what we're looking at is we do have a couple of species that are really below where other species are, where in terms of resident opportunity. So with that, like I said, we're looking forward to just, we're well ahead of where the big game rule comes into play. And so I could open that to comment from the other commissioners before we can decide if we want to discuss a habitat stamp program as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Vesbach. Yes.
So I don't know if Vice Chair Salazar Henry or Commissioner Souls wanted to add anything, or I know we're keeping this as a brief update.
I was hoping to look to Commissioner Kramer. Do you have some comments, Commissioner?
I do. It's probably not appropriate for at length right now, but I guess when you compare states with our resident opportunities and whatnot, we have to keep in mind, I mean, when I was on the commission 20 years ago, we had over-the-counter sales. And remember, those states have over-the-counter sales, which would balloon our resident hunting opportunities. But our resident hunters voted and spoke heavily that they didn't like that because of the number and the lack of quality of hunting at that point. And so they wanted to go to the draw. And just a reminder on the E+ program, we are 42 years into this and perfecting it and working with the landowners and the sportsmen. And, I mean, we just did a restructure 2 years ago. And just remember that it hasn't even been able, to be evaluated totally in the last 2 years. If we get into the E+ program, then I have lots to say because I've been on those restructure committees and have been through the history of it. And, just a reminder that the restructure committee that we had in 1999 and 2000, we did it based on Aldo Leopold's his conservation economics paper. And so we need to remember it was done scientifically and based on, what supposedly the Wildlife Federation, that's their history. And those people need to look back at that and the value of the landowner in all this. I know you guys are against the E+ program and just think that the non-residents get too many. But remember, some of those non-residents tags, in fact, a good portion were donated by landowners to nonprofits to be auctioned off so that those nonprofits can function. And yes, probably non-residents got some of those, but just remember that it's all tweaked in there. But there's a huge issue that I won't go into today, that if we open this up, residents might end up getting less because the law says that we can manage the non-migratory herds and think about the migratory herds that come in to New Mexico. And we just need to be careful on that. But anyway, I have pages, I won't go into it, and lots and lots of research and lots of years of working on this. So when we get down to that E+ program, I have a whole lot to say.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner. I knew I could rely on you with that one. Any other commissioners before we move on? Director Sloan, do you want to comment on anything so far?
Madam Chair, I don't. I think it's been a good discussion.
Okay, very good. Okay, Commissioner Kramer, do you have something to report?
Yes, Terzio and I were the subcommittee on customer feedback, and our chairwoman joined us, and we appreciate that fact as well. We spent some time defining our stakeholders and our customers, but we mainly looked at how do we engage, how do we get feedback from those stakeholders and those customers. And we found, New Mexico Department of Game and Fish is doing a good job in the fact that they use social media, mass emails, direct mail, e-surveys, news releases, monthly newsletters, the New Mexico Wildlife Magazine, and our website, our customer service desks, and then also our officers who are the face of the face of our department, because that's who people come in contact with. They also are just an important tool to getting feedback from the public and our stakeholders. And we sent out a survey. We sent it to every single Western Fish and Wildlife, Game and Fish department, and some Midwest and some Eastern. And we were able to get back completed surveys from, of course, our department, Arizona, Oregon, and Colorado Wildlife and Fish and Wildlife. They are doing a lot of the same things we are. The only novel idea we got, and I'm not sure, I'd have to talk to Lance more about it. Arizona does what they call trends surveys. And then maybe that's something we could look at, and we maybe already do that, and I'm just not aware of that. The interesting part on these surveys is we looked at how they come into the different people in the departments, and people were all over the place. Some agencies have absolutely no way and no consistency of how they collect customer feedback and questions. We do generally, it comes in through our different manners, and then it's funneled into those department heads at that point, who then give the feedback. And generally that feedback comes in back to the question, the person, the customer, through the same method. If they call, they get a call back. If they send an email, they get an email back. We are doing a lot better than most agencies on that. So many are not very organized. A couple of them do have, I can't remember what they're called, rules coordinators, that they have certain people, only 2 people respond and give feedback back. I don't know if that's better. I tend to think that the expert in each division would be better. The nice thing that Oregon did, and I sent this out to all the commissioners, to Lance, Cherry, and the director. Oregon has a flow sheet that shows that if this comes in for this issue, it goes here. And it's a nice flow sheet. It doesn't really pertain to our department and how we do it, but maybe that's something that we would want to look at and create for our department as well. And then the thing where we really shine is our timeline for responding to the public. We generally respond within 24 hours, unless it's a real complex issue. The other departments, it's anywhere from 2 weeks, no timeline, 2 weeks, or 1 to 2 months they respond. So we do an excellent job on that. And then lastly, since commission meetings are so important to gathering feedback, and the commissioners get to hear from the public, we asked the question on the survey, how often do the commissions meet? And of course, we meet 5 to 6 times annually. Arizona is 9 times annually, held on Fridays, and they go into Saturday if they need to. Oregon was 10 to 12 times annually. Colorado, 8 to 10 times annually, and 1 to 2 days each. So that's just something we probably should talk to the department personnel and find out if they feel we need to meet more often, like the other states, or whether we need to go to 2-day meetings to get everything in. I guess lastly is we did look at the mission, vision, and value statements. And I don't know if I need to share those or just we looked at them and worked on that as well.
Commissioners, comments before we wrap up on commission reports? It's now a little after 12 o'clock.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Lopez.
well, I do want to state that Commissioner Kramer did an excellent job in taking the lead in this committee, and communication was excellent between both of us as well as yourself, Madam Chair. And what she says is true. The departmental staff, along with the director, are very responsive to requests from constituents and commissioners alike. Just a couple of days ago, I had a constituent needed some information. The director jumped right on it, got our SHME, our subject matter expert in the department, and the response was outstanding, as well as our LEOs in the field. We've had a few inquiries in the last week or so where LEOs were responding to constituent responses or questions, and the departmental staff is excellent in closing out these requests or concerns. And to that, I'll say that our staff, along with the director and his leadership, have done excellent in supporting the mission and vision of the department. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. I think we need to move on, but we can take a break, maybe a 5-minute break. Would that be sufficient? Lance Cherry?
Madam Chair, just for consideration, there were 2 individuals who requested to provide comment.
Okay, let's take those 2 comments before we go into a 5-minute break. Proceed, please.
First up is Brandon Nguyen.
Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Director Sloan. I just want to say I'm really glad that the landowners have such a strong advocate for them on the commission and Commissioner Kramer. And I wanted to make comment to some of the comments that she made. So as far as the last restructure of E+, the bottom line on that is there were some good things that were done in that. They took away some of the small, tiny little pieces of property that shouldn't get it, and they put a biological and a habitat overlay on how they're handing out permits, which is fantastic. But the bottom line is there was no intentional effort to move any private permits to the public. There was unintended consequences in where they moved the type of zone, to the old core. They moved it to the primary elk zone, like Unit 12. Some public land permits were created out of private permits, and that was an accident, unintended. But there's no intentional movement of any permits from private to public. They just shuffled them within the private. And then second, Commissioner Kramer said that non-residents get some of those, speaking to the private permits, I believe. And if I'm wrong, I apologize. But, like the LSC committee report says, they don't get some, they get 76% of them. And that includes, the cow permits and everything. So if you took the cow out, you took the mature bull and stuff out of there, it'd be way beyond 76% that go to non-residents. It's not some. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Nguyen, next comment?
Next comment will be from Jesse Dubell.
Thank you, Jesse Dubell.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Director Sloan, Jesse Dubell here again, Executive Director, New Mexico Wildlife Federation. I'd like to start by kind of echoing the comments by Commissioner Lopez, and I really would like to say that the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish does a fantastic job when it comes to customer service, and I believe that at all levels through both the department and the commission, the responsiveness of the commission, of department staff, and especially of law enforcement officers to be available and to respond to the needs of the public is impeccable and definitely worthy of strong recognition. And I'd just like to make it known that as a member of the public and as an avid hunter and angler, I truly appreciate the work of this department and appreciate the work of Commissioner Kramer and the Customer Service Subcommittee, doing everything possible to ensure that they're providing the level of service that the residents of New Mexico deserve, and they certainly are. The next thing I'd like to comment on is the comment made by Director Sloan regarding the E+ system and the issuance of landowner tags existing in statute. Certainly that's true. I would also like to strongly encourage, though, the Hunt Structure Committee to explore all opportunities to make improvements to the existing system within the confines of the current statute. I completely recognize that the statute mandates that that some elk opportunities are issued to private landowners. That's a statutory requirement. And so that has to happen until the statute would be changed. But in the meantime, there are a lot of things that can be done. It's my belief that there are a lot of improvements that can be made at the commission level. And I'd really like to encourage the Hunt Structure Committee to focus on providing better access to hunting opportunity for the resident hunters in New Mexico. So with those comments, I'll close. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and Director Sloan.
Thank you, Jesse DeBell. Before we wrap up this segment, I do want to say that, like the commissioners, we have been hearing from everyone regarding the E+ program. We have received letters from elected officials, i.e. the Senator Heinrich. We've had many people calling in or sending letters, emails with their concerns about the imbalance, if you will, with the resident, non-resident. So Commissioner Vesbach, Commissioner Kramer, Vice Chair Salazar, you three have done a phenomenal job in leading. I love the Commissioner Souls and Bates and Lopez because they too bring to the table a lot of viewpoints. It's important that we have that diversity like the Department of Game and Fish. We're not all a rubber stamp. We need to have diverse opinions. So I've heard some suggestions that we need to move forward in exploring this issue a bit more. So that said, Commissioner Vesbach, Commissioner Kramer, Vice Chair, I'm throwing out an idea before we leave this agenda item. Okay, it's not a vote. I'm not putting in a motion. This is just an idea based on all the feedback that we have been receiving. Do we have an opportunity for improvement to explore before our next meeting in January, or if not, maybe by March, a deep dive, if you will, to look at this issue? Commissioner Kramer, like you, I'm going to disclose a very personal and private thing here. I'm a landowner, and I'm not just a resident owner, but I'm a landowner. I don't get tags for our property, but I'm just going to say that I understand where you're coming from, and I understand where all of the commissioners are coming from. But I think this is a good time to take a deep dive. Could I look to, and I know we have to be very careful, Assistant Attorney General Valerie Joe wants to ensure that we don't have problems with the Open Meetings Act. So I think, how could we get three, I'm looking to the three of you, to bring a balance? Suggestion, please. And I'm going to start with you, Commissioner Vesbach.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think you formed this committee and we had volunteers on it, and I think I'd like to just keep working with you on moving forward. Like I said, we're looking for broad public input. We have a diversity of opinions on the commission. I think, though, as chair of this committee, I'm really looking to help us set a good public comment process and make sure we are considering all things. And so I'd like to just kind of keep working with you on that. I think it's important to continue to have these discussions, get them. We're like I said, we're well ahead of where this will come up in the big game rule. And so I'd ask that we just kind of continue our work on the commission and continue to set forward. We haven't even moved into, the public comment phase for this. We're just, kind of taking the research ahead of time. So, I'd love to keep working with you on it and keep working with the committee as long as we have members willing to serve on the committee.
Madam Chair, can I say something?
Absolutely.
In 2017, Representative Nathan Small from Las Cruces attempted to pass a memorial to do just this very thing, to have the Game Commission look at getting residents more elk licenses on the E+ thing. And it just died. I mean, died. And so I wonder what the legislature is going to think, because they were not in favor of it. They came out, after they came out with the analysis and the physical report, it died. I mean, absolutely. And so I have the concern there as well. That's only been 3 years ago, but I am more than willing to serve on the committee. Absolutely.
Madam Chair, obviously we're limited on how many, we can't, I'd love to have committees with the whole commission on them, but then those are not, that doesn't go with the Open Meetings Act. So that, it's up to you and other members on how the committee makes up, and I'm happy to work with people, however you say. And just a reminder, the big game rule is a 4-year rule, so we address that no matter what. It's not, we're not, this is something we have to address no matter how we move forward. So, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair?
I just kind of want to reiterate what Sharon trying to politely say is that Commissioner Souls, Vestbach, and I, as part of the Hunt Structure Committee, have already started broaching this issue and understanding how it's functioning right now, where opportunities to add more permits for residents without seriously impacting private landowners. This is the E+ system is an economic engine all by itself in the state, and it will take a whole lot of understanding and public input and buy-in from the legislature, just like Commissioner Kramer said, and buy-in from the governor's office before we start trying to unravel it. There will definitely be winners and losers. So I think what the leadership by Commissioner Vestbach has been, with the help of the game department, is to get us to understand what we have now and maybe where opportunities are, and to do what the governor has always encouraged us to do, is look for collaboration and trying to find the best path forward. So I would hesitate to say that we were going to have something figured out by March, because it is not that simple to move forward. So I appreciate all the comments.
Okay, very good. Let me see if I can wrap this up and be more clear with what I was suggesting. I will first echo what the director, Michael Sloan, said. We are driven by statute, and we are not going to change that. That's point number one. Point number two is, this is not a memorial, Commissioner Kramer. What I'm looking for, and Vice Chair Commissioner Vestbach, I'm not looking for an end result. I'm not looking for a change, okay? What I'm hearing from people like Senator Heinrich and some of the public comments that we had today, and the emails and the letters, I think we're asked, the commission, to take a good look at the E+ program. I'm proud of the department. They do a phenomenal job. All I'm asking is to do an analysis. Just take a look. I'm not asking that we do something different with the Hunt Structure Committee. Commissioner Vestbach, continue leading, Vice Chair, and David, Commissioner Souls, the three of you continue that. But because we have this architecture right now, if you will, as the chair. I can see Commissioner Kramer doing a great job as the leader of that customer feedback committee. I see Commissioner Vesbach. I see Vice Chair. I'm just asking the three of you, if you can meet the three of you. I don't think that's a violation of the Open Meetings Act. The three of you meet and have a discussion, an analysis of that E+ program, because all of you are in a position to take a closer look. The history, the background, the expertise that the three of you bring and the perspective is important. And I don't want to lose that because we need to strike a balance. That's what I'm asking for. So I would like to look to the director, Michael Sloan, because they may be tapping you, these three, for looking for some data and some support. I'm just so proud of our chief Stewart. I know I already talked to you about that in the executive session, but you're all going to be tapped at one point or another. So if I could, let us move to our next agenda item, and it's almost 12:30, 12:22.
And I'm sorry, Chair Salazar Hickey, I just wanted to clarify, this is Valerie Jo. So are you stating that for this Hunt Structure Committee, as they do analysis of the E+ system, you know, in their work, analyzing, you know, Hunt structure, in anticipation of the big game rules, you know, for rollout in 2022, that you want Commissioners Vesbach, Souls, and Salazar Henry to continue in that effort? No, you want to change the committee.
Let me repeat what I said, Assistant Attorney General. What I just asked is not a violation of the Open Meetings Act. What I have asked are the chairs of those three committees, Vice Chair Salazar from the Finance Committee, Commissioner Vesbach, the chair from the Hunt Structure, and the Commissioner Kramer from the Customer Feedback Committee. I'd like the three of them to meet and to further discuss in a deep dive analysis of that E+ program, and to bring in the director, Michael Sloan. I'm not asking that they bring in discussions from their respective committees. I don't want that. I think where you're going, Assistant Attorney General, I'm not asking for that rolling discussion, if you will. Oh, this is what this committee. No, I'm just looking for those three chairs.
So it's a separate analysis of the E+ system with
Amen.
the three.
Yes.
The three heads of those three committees. Okay, I just wanted to understand. Thank you so much.
Commissioners, do you understand that too? Okay.
Madam Chair, I do. I just want to clarify. I mean, that's a major thing that the Hunt Structure Committee is doing. So I think we'll meet and have a briefing, but we need to make sure that we're not, you know, creating a new rolling quorum by expanding that out into other committees. So just I hear you loud and clear. We will handle that in the right way. Thank you.
Okay, and I don't want to. You got my drift. Thank you, Commissioner Vesbach. Hey. It's 12:25, and I think we need to make a decision here about a lunch break. I would like to recommend that we proceed to a lunch break. It doesn't need to be the full 45 minutes. Unless you all have some suggestions that we do that, but I would recommend at least a 15-minute break to grab a quick bite. All of us are in our homes. It should not be too difficult to do that. And then we would proceed to agenda item number 9. Director Sloan, I want to say thank you for your patience, and the departments. We have a very important afternoon of rulemaking, and with Lance Cherry and Chad Nelson. but I think there are many people in the public that are anxious to hear from Stuart, Kirk, Jenny about those other department initiatives that are very important. I don't want to extend this too much, so that's why I'm going to suggest a 15-minute lunch break and then just move along.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
Can I
ma'am.
ask how long will the rulemaking essentially take for? I'd like to try to make sure that Terzio's available to vote on these important rules. And he has to leave at 1:30. So
thank you, Vice Chair. Good.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Salazar, Henry, it's difficult for me to say. I believe that the presentations are relatively short. You've seen the rules before, so they could go relatively quickly. It really depends on the degree of discussion on any one of the issues. I suspect that the license and application rule will be the quickest, and that the other one, as has been the case with each presentation, has taken a little bit of time, so it's difficult for me to judge.
okay. Well, I'm all for leaving right now so we can get back and hopefully Terzio can still participate before he has to leave.
Okay.
So Madam Chair, maybe we could come back at 12:45?
12:45 it is. It's now 12:27, and we shall take a 15-minute break. Come back at 12:45. This meeting is back in session. I want to say thank you, Commissioners, Department of Game and Fish, and all of those of you who are listening in on our Zoom meeting for the New Mexico State Game Commission and Department of Game and Fish. Let us proceed to agenda item 9. Mr. Lance Cherry, can you please discuss with us the rulemaking hearing on amending the Hunter Education Rule 19.36.3?
Madam Chair, since this is a rule hearing, I do believe that there is some language that you have to begin with before I proceed.
Yes, absolutely, sir. Thank you. Okay, we are now opening the hearing. This hearing will please come to order. My name is Sharon Salazar Hickey, Chair to the Commission of the New Mexico State Game Commission. I will be serving as the hearing officer and will be advised by the Commission's counsel from the Office of Attorney General. Thank you, Attorney General Valerie Jo. The purpose of this hearing is for consideration of final adoption of the following proposed rule by the Commission. The hearing item is for the Commission to receive public comment on the new Hunter Education Rule, Title 19, Chapter 36, Part 3 of the New Mexico Administrative Code. The new rule will become effective on January 1st, 2021. These hearings are being conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Game and Fish Act and the State Rules Act. These hearings are being audio taped and video recorded. Anyone interested in a copy of the audio tape or video recording should contact Tristana Bickford with the Game and Fish Department. Thank you, Tristana. Public notice of this hearing was advertised in the New Mexico Register, the New Mexico Sunshine Portal, and the department's website. Copies of the proposed amendments have been available on the department's website. Thank you, Department of Game and Fish. Those wishing to comment here today must have registered to submit public comments on the Zoom webinar platform. So I believe that is a good explanation for everyone on our hearing procedures. Therefore, these rule hearings will be conducted in the following manner. First, staff will present, Staff will present pre-filed exhibits. Exhibit into evidence are available for review by the public on the department's website. After all exhibits are entered, we will proceed to the presentation of the proposed rule, after which testimony will be taken from the audience. Participants are asked to raise their hand in the Zoom webinar platform and will wait until they are called upon to speak by me. In order to ensure that the hearing is accurately recorded, only one person at a time shall be allowed to speak. Any person recognized to speak will be asked to first identify yourself by your name and who you are affiliated with for the record each time you are recognized. And second, please speak loudly and clearly to accurately record your comments. After a person has offered comment, they will stand for questions from me, the hearing officer, and the audience may also ask questions of anyone offering comments after being recognized by me. These hearings are not subject to judicial rules of evidence. However, in the interest of efficiency, I will reserve the right to limit any testimony deemed irrelevant, redundant, or unduly repetitious. The commission may discuss the proposed new rules after the public comment portion of this hearing. Final commission action, including adoption of the rules, may occur after the conclusion of the presentation and public comment period of each hearing. So, that said, let us begin this hearing. In the preliminary matter of hearing item number 9A, informational rulemaking hearing on the new Hunter Education Rule, that is 19.36.3 NMAC. This hearing is now open. Are there any exhibits for proposed new rule to 19.36.3 for the record, Mr. Cherry?
Madam Chair, I have 6 exhibits. Exhibit 1 is the notice of proposed rulemaking. Exhibit 2 is copies of the clean copy and strike through of the Hunter Education Rule. Exhibit 3 is the presentation I will be presenting today. Exhibit 4 is the summary of proposed changes. Exhibit 5 is technical information we depended on and relied on for the rulemaking. And Exhibit 6 is public comments.
Thank you, sir. Very good. So exhibits 1 through 6, as described by Mr. Cherry, are admitted into the record. Now, let us proceed. Lance, can you please introduce the proposed new rule for 19.36.3?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today, I will be presenting the proposed rule for the Hunter Education Rule 19.36.3 of the NMAC. To provide a little background, New Mexico first introduced this program in 2012 when it was approved by the State Game Commission. Subsequently, in 2014, it was amended to add a minimum age and reduce the allowable species. New Mexico was the 34th state in the country to add such a families of field style program. And today there are 46 states that currently have an apprentice program in place. Just a little background how our program currently works. Youths between the ages of 10 and 17 can currently enroll in the program by first obtaining their customer identification number from the department. At that point, they can register for a mentored youth number, which is basically a Hunter Education deferment opportunity. They will be provided a study guide, and at which time they will go on to take a Hunter Education test. That current study guide provides a variety of information, including firearms, ammunition, hunter safety, shooting fundamentals, all the basics that we typically provide within our own Hunter Education program. We maintain a very strict pass-fail situation where the students must pass with a minimum score of 80%, more stringent than our own Hunter Ed program, which is at 70%. At that point, the student will obtain a mentored youth number, which is valid for 2 consecutive license years. And in order to hunt, their mentor must be 18 years of age or older, has to possess a valid hunting license, and maintain the distance of unaided sight and audible distance from one another while they hunt. To date, this program has had 6,180 participants in it. As you could see in the first couple years, the program was quite popular, ranging around that 1,500 mark. And slowly it has dropped down in popularity. What we are really quite proud of in this program is that 56% of the students who participate in this go on to complete their hunter education certification requirements. Of those participants, about 787, or roughly 13%, age out of the program. And by age out, what I mean by that is that they generally start the program at ages 16 or 17 and hit the age of 18 before their mentored youth number expires and are no longer required to have hunter education by statute. Additionally, in the program, it has had a strong appeal to young female hunters. About a third of all participants in this program are young females. And so we've been very happy with it being a diverse and inclusive program in the way that we deliver it. Most important to this program is that in the entire 8-year run of this Mentored Youth Hunt program, we have had 0 injuries or accidents related to it. Very critical. Doesn't come as much of a surprise to me when the National Shooting Sports Foundation had done an in-depth study and have revealed that hunting with a firearm is the second in safety for all ages. It falls behind pool and ahead of bowling in the safety record. It's even safer than fishing, if you could imagine that. So today, the rule that we brought forth has a few changes to it. The first is to allow first-time hunters ages 8 to 17 to participate in that program. That's a 2-year rollback. To add pronghorn antelope to the list of allowable species. It also establishes a tier system, which would allow youth between the ages of 8 and 10 to only hunt small game, and then those between the ages of 10 to 17 to hunt small game, turkey, deer, pronghorn, antelope, and javelina. It would also add a training requirement for mentored youth, for the mentor to complete a certification of Hunter Ed or Mentored Youth certification. This rule would also change from a permanent rule to a 4-year cycle. And we looked at, of course, some minor spelling and style corrections that will have to occur should the rule pass. This is a little bit of what that rule looks like in strike-through mode. Taking out those that are struck are the language that will be removed. Those that are underlined is language that will be added. This is the framework for setting up that tiered system and providing those changes as I just described. Since the last time this was presented, we've only had 3 additional comments. Again, I put before you the sentiment chart. You can see the majority of folks do support this rule. The new 3 comments that I did receive came from the Congressional Sportsman Foundation, the National Rifle Association, and the National Shooting Sports Foundation. Generally speaking, they are supportive of this program. As they have stated, they, believe it or not, actually all had pretty much a very common message, very supportive of these types of programs. But they all do also state that anything that can be done to move the decision of when a youth is ready to hunt out of the hands of the state and into the parents is the most positive direction to proceed. And so with that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Lance Cherry. Commissioners, do I have any comments or questions for Mr. Cherry?
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Vespa.
Yeah, thanks, Chief Cherry. After we went through this the last time, you brought us some pretty simple adjustments to the Hunter Ed rule. I think, I guess I've had a little concern since then that we made it more complicated, very well-meaning changes, but we kind of did the cardinal sin of making hunting rules more complicated at a time when we're trying to get more participation, and we know keeping it simple is one of the keys to more participation. So question for you, Chief Cherry, I mean, would you, our only choices today are to approve or not approve it. I think what you brought us were pretty minor tweaks to start with. I wonder if you would prefer having more time on this, given that we made some pretty big changes to it in the last one. I mean, in particular, this stepwise program, I can say that just kind of came out from an idea from the commissioners by looking at Arizona without fully looking through Arizona's program. So my question is, would you rather have more time to bring this back with a more comprehensive look at the mentored youth program rather than moving through with what we've created? I'm worried that we've created some more complexity than we need here.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Vespa, I would be remiss to not speak up a little bit on that front. When I did bring this initially, it was looking at a way to increase the recruitment of it. And what I did bring up at that time was the 10 key barriers to great R3 programs and initiatives. And well-meaning, and certainly we all have been well-meaning in this. I absolutely believe that in my heart of hearts. We are in a situation where I do think that we have stepped on two of the major points, which is creating complex regulation and strict hunter education requirements. And so there is a side of me that does believe that perhaps we should look more in depth at this, at ways that we can improve this program. And while it has great support, it's not a bad program as it stands. As I've presented to you a variety of good points and stats about how the program has performed up to this point. I think it's been a positive R3 program up to this point. And my fear is that we might not take this opportunity to look at maybe the absolute best way that this program could be pulled together to be more effective.
Well, with that, Madam Chair, thank you, Chief Cherry. I guess I'd be in favor of taking more time and kind of first do no harm. I think we've had a really robust discussion about this. Recruitment is one of the most important things we look at. And I would not want to kind of dive in without full thinking on this. And I think, taking the time to come back, these are not mandatory changes. We don't have a rule that's expiring or anything. And I think taking more time is prudent on this. So I would be in favor of tabling today and allowing the department to come back with better, with more time on this.
Commissioner Vesbach, I want to say thank you, and Chief Lance Cherry for your response to that. In order to move forward, I think the commission and the department need maybe some clarification from you, Commissioner, and maybe from Chief Cherry. Can you be more specific as to what is complex? When I have heard in our last several meetings with regard to this discussion on the proposed rule change, I saw some very clear, direct changes. They're very succinct, and the three tiered approach, the minimum age for mentor youth hunting going from 10 to 8, adding small game under 10, pronghorn antelope, requirements for the mentor training, changing the rule from permanent to 4-year cycle, fixing typos. To me, that's not very complicated. So I appreciate your suggestion, but I just want to know what's complex or a little complicated here.
Thank you for that question, and I'll weigh in, and then Chief Cherry can weigh in as well on that. I think that's a great question, and I think one we're looking at doing a first in the nation mentor certification program. I mean, this is as Chief Cherry noted, adopting a youth mentor program to start with, or mentored hunting program to start with. We were one of a lot of states had already done it. Now almost every state has, and now we're looking at they've taken, the department brought us a proposal, and that proposal kind of very quickly morphed into creating a first in the nation addition to that. And then the tiered system, what species you can hunt at 8 versus what you can hunt at 10 versus you can hunt those species if you take it at in hunter safety. I think that seems pretty straightforward to us, but it doesn't really add a lot of opportunity, but it does complicate things more. And so I think, I'm not saying they aren't good ideas. I just think it's worth taking a little more time rather than just moving forward and adopting it, because we don't have a necessity to do this right now. Does that answer your question, Madam Chair?
Absolutely, because if we're going to proceed with a different course of action, it's important to have the clarity. So I'm looking to the other commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner Vesbach.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair.
So how much more time do you think we need to understand what we agreed to last meeting, as far as 8 to less than 10, you hunt small game, and then you're ready to take hunter ed. We have kids already taking hunter ed. We have more kids taking hunter ed so that they can hunt everything than there are in this mentored program. I guess the fact that the department hasn't followed any of these kids since the program started, and yet we're amending it only after a few years and with no data to figure out why they're not being recruited and staying in the program, but we're going to amend the program. I'm still at a loss on how we are fixing something that we don't have enough data to support that what's working and why it's not working if we have more hunter ed kids than we have mentored youth kids. I guess I'm still at a loss. I thought we had a reasonable compromise that we all could live with, and now we want to wait for another year and investigate the other states to see what they're doing. I guess I'm just really confused about what this does, when I thought we all had an agreement what this final rule was going to look like.
I have
Commissioner Kramer. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Well, I've been kind of concerned since our last meeting because, we didn't take a vote. I mean, it's been said we agreed on it, but I don't really feel like we did.
We had 4 people.
But that was part of the issue. But the 3-tiered or the 2-tiered program, whatever it is, I am also concerned from a safety point of view. First of all, the last thing that I would put in a young child's hand is a shotgun, mainly for safety reasons, muzzle control, the kick of the shotgun. And I would much rather, as a mentor, and well, the other thing is small game, you don't know where they're going to flush, you don't know which way they're going to go, and there's not that controlled atmosphere. If you have a large game, then it's much more controlled. You can sit in a blind, you can set up on a hillside. To me, it's more safe to hunt the large game first. So it was just, I didn't feel like I agreed to that last meeting anyway, the changes, and was surprised that, it was made. And it's kind of like what I brought up today on the habitat stamp, yet nothing was done. So I don't know. I think we should just let it stand and vote against the changes as it is, because I'm not comfortable with them.
Well, Madam Chair, well, because right now a 10-year-old can hunt turkey with a shotgun. So Commissioner Kramer, are you saying you're uncomfortable with them being allowed to hunt small game with a shotgun, an 8-year-old, and you'd rather than hunt with a high-powered rifle instead?
It's a lot more controlled to me. The last thing we put in our son's hands was a shotgun, just because of the unpredictability.
Well, and one of the things I've always been uncomfortable with is changing a program where we don't have any data to support why we should and what's going on with it right now. This program was created and it's nobody's done anything with it other than to say it's great if we bring more kids in. And recruitment, one of the R3s is retention, and we don't have any reasons why we're not retaining these kids past beyond when they get the mentored hunts and the youth hunts, then they drop out. And so I still have a problem with investing in a program that we still don't track well enough. So I'm with you. I'd rather vote it all down today and leave the program as it is and see if we can get some data to support what's going on.
Thank you, Commissioner and Vice Chair. I'd like to hear from the other commissioners before we wrap up our discussion, and I'm going to keep an eye out to see if we have any members from the public that want to comment. Commissioner Vesbach. Oh,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
You want to hear from me again? Okay. You love to hear me talk.
I know,
No,
I already heard from you. Sorry. Commissioner Souls and Commissioner Lopez.
You know, I have some ambivalence about where we're headed with this as well. I certainly have no objection to giving more time to the department if they'd rather come back with something else. My primary concern all along has been a new avenue to let even younger hunters in the field. I appreciate Commissioner Kramer's comments about shotguns versus rifles. My biggest discomfort is the age issue. I know that came up at the last meeting. I think that's how we wound up with sort of a split decision about whether we were going to have the tiered approach. I'm not married to the tiered approach. So, you know, and I look very carefully at the statistics that we got from the public input. It looked on every topic like the public was supportive. I think that's very important. The one where there were the most people in the middle or the one with the most people in disagreement was about the age. So I just don't have any perfect answers to that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lopez and then Commissioner Bates, please.
I see thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I see both pros and cons of both sides of the issue. Being a former member of a school board, I've always believed in education again, and I've said that so many times. Now, if there's new avenues to get youth more involved in the outdoors, especially now in the state of the union, I consider state of the world that we are in, then yes, but I just want to make sure that these youth, and like Mr. Cherry said, are doing it safely. They're being mentored correctly, and you know they're at the appropriate age. And I still have strong sentiments about, you know, putting a high-powered rifle in the hands of a, you know, very young child to be mentored by a child. But we have to look at data. The data has been presented to us, and you know, that's where I'm at right now. So that's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. Commissioner Bates.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't know what's happened to my camera. I'll try and log off. Excuse me, I'm back on after this session here. Let's see if I can get it to work. But I guess we're still kind of split. What it sounds like. I did think that at the last meeting, there was a pretty much, as Commissioner Soul stated, a split opinion, certainly in regards to the age. And I I too thought, like Vice Chair, that the tiered approach would kind of resolve that, and we'd ask Lance to come back with those few changes as he has. So I'm still comfortable moving forward and approving this rule. I'm not sure that's going to happen based on the discussion we're having, but I thought it was a kind of a fair compromise. From personal experience, I'm still in favor of lowering the age to 8. I know my son shot his first deer, younger than that, which I know some folks don't align with. But for me personally, I've been in hospital 3 times for heart conditions, and there's no guarantees I'd be around when my son turned 12 or 15. And so, if there are opportunities for folks to get out there and engage with their youth early on, I'm very comfortable that we'll have requirements for the mentor themselves, which I think is a great addition. So I'm still comfortable moving forward with this and finding a way to engage more youth and getting them out there with trusted mentors. And I'm in favor of moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bates. I'm going to throw in my 2 cents, but before we take a vote, I would like to ask Director Sloan for his thoughts on this very issue, because like Commissioner Bates, I thought we were reaching consensus, if you will. I thought at our last meeting, there were very good voiced concerns about the approach, and I thought we came up with a resolution, the tiered approach. I thought there was very good discussion about the age, and I thought we addressed that at our last meeting. So frankly, I'm a bit surprised, but I'd like to hear from the department before we proceed to a vote. Director, can you give us some of your insight?
Madam Chair, I think I feel approximately the way you do. I thought that was pretty robust discussion at the last commission meeting. We made those changes to the rule to reflect that discussion. But certainly it really boils down to how comfortable the commission is with setting a policy relative to age and mentor requirements and those sorts of things. And we put this proposal forward after discussion both with the public and the commission, and it's certainly, we're at your disposal whichever way you'd like to go. I guess I don't want to necessarily give a direction. We've made the proposal that we thought was meeting the needs.
Thank you, sir. Lance Cherry, do we have any comments from the public before we proceed?
Madam Chair, we have 2 at this point, and a couple adding on as we speak.
Okay,
So,
let's see if we can have, because we would like to have Commissioner Lopez, the next hearing matter. If those coming forward to speak, if you could please keep your comments as brief as possible. I don't want to cut you off, but if you could maybe keep it to about a minute, that would be great. Thank you. Go ahead. First comment.
First comment is Ray Trejo.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Chair Salazar Hickey. I just wanted to say that I really believe that stepping back is in the best interest of everybody, not only the department, but the children as well. As a former educator, I can tell you that cognitively and physically, there's a big difference between an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old. And as a hunter ed instructor, currently I can tell you that I think it's very challenging when we see children that aren't of age. It's tough. I mean, the muzzle control, as Commissioner Kramer mentioned earlier, sometimes can get out of control. So the other thing I wanted to add is mentors. There are mentors and there are mentors. And I want you to think about that for just a little bit, because I'm probably over the top when it comes to mentorship and working with youth, while there are others who are mentors or call themselves mentors who, as we know, are probably not the best mentors out there. So I just want to leave you with, somebody told me this a long time ago in education, and they said, Ray, sometimes you got to go slow to go fast. So I fully support Commissioner Vestbach and Chief Cherry in what they said, and primarily it's because of the safety. And I don't know if there's any liability with the department with something like this, but I would definitely support taking another look at this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray Trejo. Next.
Next up, we have Brandon Nguyen.
Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. And I'd just like to say that, regulatory complexity by necessity is one of the biggest barriers of entry into our sport. And for that reason, I think that this thing is, like Commissioner Vestbach has said, it's too complicated. I think that you need to revisit it. And for me, I shot my first deer when I was 6 years old, and I was properly trained. And maybe, my families did a better job, but we were fine with high-powered weapons at that age. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next comment.
Next comment is Joel Gay.
Thank you, Joel Gay. I appreciate your comment. I apologize to you because I did not see a chat that you tried to speak earlier. So thank you, Joel Gay.
No worries. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm speaking on behalf of the New Mexico chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. And we found ourselves kind of right in the middle of this whole discussion as well. We had people who supported the 8-year-old for big game and others who did not. We had people who supported adding pronghorn. We had others who did not. I thought that the process here worked really well in that through this public discussion, we came up with some interesting ideas, including this one of requiring better education for the mentors themselves. I think that's a critical piece of this. So I think my main point is that we would support a delay in this to try and get it right. But I think that you're really close on most of these, and I just would encourage you to focus on the issues that are probably the most important, which I think is ensuring the mentorship, the mentor quality, because that seems to be a big concern in the community I speak with. And also to encourage you to tackle the idea of adult recruitment with the same ferocity that Lance has taken on this the Mentored Youth Program. Hats off to Department of Game and Fish for being such strong advocates for getting more kids involved, but we also need to keep in mind the whole adult population that is begging to get into this hunting business. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel Gay. Any other comments?
Madam Chair, Jonathan Skiles is next.
Thank you, Jonathan Skiles.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Skiles. I represent my children in this. I have 3 daughters, the oldest of which already has hunted. She passed hunter safety when she was 8. One of the proudest moments of my life. And my other 2 daughters, the one will be 9 next year and the other one's 5. They all want to participate in this process. I think most of us who do mentor our children, and I'm only speaking for myself, obviously, I've mentored a number of children, but most of us, if the child's going to be careless with the gun, it's us that's going to be shot, and none of us are interested in having that happen. So I am very careful with my children. I don't make my children lug a gun around or whatever. My oldest daughter has killed 2 orcs and an antelope so far. And she's going to be 11 now. but like it's very controlled. I manage the gun. I mount it on a tripod when she's getting ready to shoot. It's situated. She has a little recoil thing. She has earplugs. Like it's very, very controlled. We don't do any kind of risky, crazy shots. I make sure she's comfortable at the distances they're at. And I was going to do the exact same thing with my children. I loved the original addition of pronghorn to this. I think pronghorn is like one of the best species to start somebody with because they're relatively easy to find. It's just kind of a fun species for them to hunt. It's not real exertional. And I really liked that, and they're very easy to kill. I've been on 6 different pronghorn hunts, 4 of which were with youth, and they're relatively easy to kill. My daughter shot hers this year with a .223, and I really liked the addition of that species because it's a really good thing to start with. And I'm hoping that when my children are adults, they'll pass this on to their children as well. And I think starting them young is very critical to having retention before they get all into the teenage years and playing video games or whatever. It's hard to pull them back out of that. But if you start them really young, I think your retention can potentially be way higher. And I'm very, very careful when I hunt with my children. And I just I don't think it's as unsafe as some of the other comments, other people's opinions. I think it's very safe because the parent obviously doesn't want to get shot either. And because of that, they're going to control things. Now, I don't know if that's the case for everyone, but I know it's been the case for myself and with my own children and the other children that I've mentored. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan Skiles. Lance Cherry, do we have anybody else?
Madam Chair, that's all we have in the queue.
Okay, very good. Do we need further
Madam Chair?
discussion? Yes, Vice Chair.
No, I was just going to ask you, go ahead and just make a motion to approve or disapprove the rule 6, move forward in some fashion. I would make a motion that we approve the pro changes presented by Mr. Lance Cherry.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Very good. Director Sloan, shall we have a vote, please?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Vestbach.
Matt, I vote no, and just to explain my vote, this is not a rejection of all of these ideas, just I don't want to ram something down the department's throat, and we have a great team working here. I really want to give them time to get this right. I think we want to first do no harm. So my vote is no on that, but it's not a rejection of all the ideas. I really want to see youth hunting move forward, but I think we can do it a better way.
Madam Chair, I apologize. I messed up here. I think you need to formally close the hearing before we have a vote.
Oh, thank you, sir. Okay, so in closing the hearing, those that registered and participated in the hearing, so thank you all of you that did, will be included on the attendance sheet. At this time, the attendance sheet will be marked and admitted as exhibits 1 through 5, I believe. The comments submitted and testimony heard during this rule hearing will be reviewed by the commission and discussed during the open session of today's meeting. The commission will vote on the proposed rule at that time. Excuse me, I believe there were 6 exhibits, not 5. So let me make that correction again. At this time, the attendance sheet shall be marked and admitted as exhibits 1 through 6. The comments submitted and testimony heard during this rule hearing will be reviewed by the commission and discussed during the open session of today's meeting. The commission will vote on the proposed rule at that time. So I would like to thank everyone present for their participation today. Let the record show that this rulemaking hearing was adjourned at precisely 1:27 p.m. So now,
Madam Chair, there may be one other document that you need to accept as an exhibit.
Thank you, sir. Which is that?
It's a list, but I'm trying to find out what the name of the list is. I think it might be a list of participants, but I need to double check. And I thought that you
Okay.
had just,
I thought for the record, the attendance sheet.
that's what I thought you had just entered that, but I'm getting a text saying that there's something else. So.
Okay, I will wait for that correction. Thank you, sir.
And there's a silence on my phone, of course.
Okay, so the persons that I noted and recorded were Ray Trejo, Brandon Nguyen, Joel Gay, Jonathan Skiles. Is that sufficient to enter into the record?
Yeah, I think that's the comment list that was being referred to. I'm sorry to have the confusion there.
That's okay.
So now that that's entered, I think we can close the record.
Thank you, sir. So, Director, I think we are now concluding. I heard a motion from, and we also had a vote. So can we proceed?
No, Madam Chair, may I restate the motion correctly?
I'm gonna get off work to 5:36.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, this is the motion. Move to amend 1936.3 NMAC as presented by the department and allow the department to make minor corrections to comply with filing this rule with state records and archives.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. Director Sloan, may we please have a vote?
Director Sloan, you're on mute.
It's going to be 6 p.m.
It's going to be a long day. Commissioner Vesbach.
I vote no, and just again to reiterate, we'd heard from Chief Cherry that he'd like to have more time, and I'd like to give the department more time. They worked very hard on this and do a great job, and I think first do no harm is my my opinion on this. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Sauls.
I'm going to vote no, even though I'm the one that asked for some of the changes that the department diligently put forward, knowing that the department thinks that they could come back with something that may make this better, and that there is no rush because it's not currently on a 4-year cycle. Even though it sounds like we may be belaboring this topic, I think it's worth getting it right. So I'm voting no.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer.
No.
Commissioner Bates.
Yes.
Vice Chair Salazar Henry.
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes by a vote of 4-3.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on. Moving to agenda item number 10, the rulemaking hearing on repealing and replacing the hunting and fishing license and application rule. Commissioner Lopez, will you be able to stay on for a little bit with this rule discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair. Yes.
Thank you, sir. I really do appreciate that. So let me say, give me one moment, please. This hearing will please come to order. My name is Sharon Salazar Hickey, Chair to the Commission. I will be serving as the hearing officer and be advised by the Commission's counsel from the Office of Attorney General. The purpose of this hearing is for consideration of final adoption of the following proposed rule by the Commission. The hearing item is for the Commission to receive public comment on the new hunting and fishing licenses and application rule. Title 19, Chapter 31 of the New Mexico Administrative Code. The new rule will become effective on January 1st, 2021. These hearings are being conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Game and Fish Act and the State Rules Act. These hearings are being audio taped and video recorded. Anyone interested in a copy of the audio tape or video recording should contact Tristana Bickford with the Game and Fish Department. Public notice of this hearing was advertised in the New Mexico Register, the New Mexico Sunshine Portal, and department's website. Copies of the proposed amendments have been available on the department's website. Those wishing to comment here today must have registered to submit public comment on the Zoom webinar platform. These rule hearings will be conducted in the following manner. Staff will present pre-filed exhibits. Exhibits admitted into evidence and are available for review by the public on the department's website. After all exhibits are entered, we will proceed to the presentation of the proposed rule, after which testimony will be taken from the audience. Participants are asked to raise their hand in the Zoom webinar platform and wait until they are called upon to speak. In order to ensure that the hearing is accurately recorded, only one person at a time shall be allowed to speak. Any person recognized to speak is asked to do the following things. Identify yourself first by name and who you are affiliated with for the record each time you are recognized. And second, speak loudly and clearly to accurately record your comments. After a person has offered comments, they will stand for questions from the hearing officer, and the audience may also ask questions of anyone offering comments after being recognized by me. These hearings are not subject to judicial rule of evidence. However, in the interest of efficiency, I will reserve the right to limit any testimony deemed irrelevant, redundant, or unduly repetitive. The commission may discuss the proposed new rules after the public comment portion of the hearing. Final commission action, including adoptions of the rules, may occur after the conclusion of the presentation and public comment of this hearing. So let us begin. In the preliminary matter of item number 10A, rulemaking hearing on the new hunting and fishing license and application rule, that is 19.31.3 of the New Mexico Administrative Code, this hearing is now open. Are there any exhibits for the proposed new rule to 19.31.3 for the record, and I'm going to turn that over to Chad Nelson. Sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have 5 exhibits.
Thank you. And what are they?
Exhibit 1 is the notice of proposed rulemaking. Exhibit 2 is the clean copy and strike-through versions of the rule. Exhibit 3 is the presentation that I will be giving here today. Exhibit 4 is the summary of proposed changes, and Exhibit 5 is the public comment that we received.
Thank you. Exhibits are now admitted into the record. So let us proceed. Chad, can you please introduce that new rule for 19.31.3? Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair. So I'm here to present final proposed amendments to the hunting and fishing licenses and application rule 1931.3 NMAC. The 2 changes that we are proposing to make, number 1, we need to add the eligibility requirements to apply for returning Iraq, Afghanistan veteran oryx hunts. These were removed due to an oversight during the rule development process in 2018. So we need to add them back so that we essentially can enforce this as residents only. The second change is to change the eligibility requirements for the mobility impaired certification to require disabilities or conditions that specifically limit the individual's ability to walk. A little background on this, we did discuss this last time. Essentially, the mobility impaired certification is a 4-year certification. It currently includes sort of non-ambulatory conditions like permanent disabilities in both one or both shoulders, etc. It also currently allows the use of a crossbow on a bow hunt as one of the 4 things it allows. It allows you to shoot from a vehicle. It allows you to have an assistant to help reduce a wounded animal to possession. It allows the use of a crossbow on a bow hunt, and it allows applicants to apply for mobility impaired only hunts that are set aside in rule for deer, elk, antelope, and oryx. So the intent is for the mobility impaired certification to be a shoot from vehicle permit and not really a crossbow permit. But I do want to also clarify that we are not intending to disallow the use of a crossbow on an archery hunt altogether. We have a different certification, which is called a reasonable accommodation permit. Folks can apply for that if they have a temporary condition or if they want to use a crossbow on an archery hunt. And I'll get into that a little bit further here in a moment. We did receive one public comment, which expressed some concern about bow hunters not being able to use a crossbow anymore. Again, that will still be available under the reasonable accommodation permit, which must be requested every year. It just would not be a 4-year certification. It would be a permit that you would have to apply for each year. That would also allow people with temporary conditions to obtain accommodations that they would need, like shoot from a vehicle and having an assistant. So I want to clarify that we're not disallowing crossbow use on an archery hunt. The department, per the commission's direction, did seek and receive feedback from several nonprofit organizations that work with disabled hunters. The primary, there was some discussion that about a specific distance, being able to walk a specific distance. We ultimately did not include that. We sort of, it just sort of seemed like that would maybe add some complication to the requirements. One piece of feedback we did receive that the commission may want to consider amending the language for is we had a suggestion to add the word permanent in the first sentence, so that would clarify that all conditions for which you would be eligible have to be permanent. So it does say permanent in the second sentence, but the department, I think, would recommend that we add the word permanent in the language such that it reads, the individual has a permanent mobility restriction that limits their activity to a walker, wheelchair, or crutches. That, I believe, can be done by an amendment when the commission approves the rule. So unless I'm mistaken on that, I believe you can amend the rule to add that word when you approve the rule. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
Thank you, Chad Nelson. Chief, do we have any commissioners who would like to ask some questions at this time? Vice Chair?
No
comment? Very
No,
good.
I'd just like to make that amendment to the rule.
Absolutely.
It separates it from being a permanent disability versus that reasonable accommodation issue.
Or temporary disability, right?
Yeah.
Commissioner Vesbach?
I agree.
Okay. If no further discussion, Lance Cherry, do we have any members of the public who would like to speak?
Madam Chair, we have no one.
Thank you, sir. Okay, well then in that case, I think we are ready to close this hearing. Those that are registered and participated in the hearing would have been included in the attendance sheet, but we didn't have that. So therefore, the comments submitted and the testimony heard during this rule hearing will be reviewed by the commission and discussed during the open session of today's meeting. The commission will vote on the proposed rule at this time. So I would like to thank everyone present for their participation today. Let the record show that this rulemaking hearing was adjourned at exactly 1:43 p.m. So, Director Sloan, if we could, before we proceed, I think I heard Vice Chair. Was that a motion? Would you like to make the motion, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion to move to adopt the proposed changes to 1931.3 NMAC with the amendment to include the word permanent in the second line in front of after this in the sentence that says to a certified medical physician that the individual has a permanent mobility restriction which limits their activity to a walker, wheelchair, or to crutches in that sentence.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
Wait, and to allow the department to make minor changes or corrections to comply with filing this rule with the state records and archives.
Ah, perfect.
Madam Chair, I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Bates. Okay, Secretary Director Michael Sloan, may we proceed with a roll call vote?
Commissioner Vestbach,
Yes.
Commissioner Souls,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer,
Yes.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Vice Chair Salazar Henry,
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, sir. That is very good. Let us proceed with our agenda. I know we're a bit behind schedule, and rather than take a lunch break, I would like to proceed to agenda item number 11. This has been on my radar screen along with the commissioners for quite some time. And so Stuart, Liley, I would also like to hear from Commissioner Souls at some point during this discussion. So with that said, let us proceed. Chief Liley, the update on the Mexican gray wolf recovery efforts. It's a beautiful job that you are doing. So thank you, sir.
Are you on mute, Stuart?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, sorry, I pulled the mic slow and kept myself muted for a second, but
okay.
Anyway, Madam Chair, commissioners, some of you have seen parts of this this presentation before as either a presentation last November when we discussed with the commission to allow you the department to join in as a cooperating agency. And some of you have seen it as kind of a bigger seminar, if you will, kind of at a different commission meeting where we had a topic. Madam Chair, I think this will be kind of your first time hearing some of this. So some of this background information that others have seen, I'll be putting back into it. But I just want to go through first kind of some of the past roles the department has had in Mexican wolf recovery. And starting all the way back in 1982, wolves were extirpated from the United States and Mexico. There was really no remaining wolves left in the wild. The last wolves in the wild were collected out of Mexico, put into captivity to start a captive breeding program to hopefully restore the Mexican wolf back to historic range. After that was done, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, in cooperation with us as an agency as well, Arizona Game and Fish, developed a recovery plan for the species in 1982. And that recovery plan was really very basic, that just touched on the point of trying to get them back into the wild. And really it was back in the wild of the high elevations within historic range in New Mexico. Didn't have a numeric criteria to what recovery looked like or any of that kind of. So we helped with that development of that recovery plan. 1998, wolves were reintroduced into the wild in New Mexico and Arizona. At that time, the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish was a cooperating agency that helped out with that reintroduction efforts, on the ground efforts to kind of monitor the progress of it and also contribute to on the ground recovery efforts as it was. In 2011, the commission directed the department to kind of pull out of that on the ground management. At this time, there was a lot of concern about no updated recovery plan that really stated recovery objectives or goals or numbers of when the species would be recovered and ultimately returned to state management authority. And the commission directed our removal from the on-the-ground management. That said, from 2011 to 2019, it didn't mean we weren't working with Mexican wolves. We were working on a policy type level management, working with the US and Mexican governments, trying to develop not only revisions to the what's considered the 10J rules, the on the ground management of the species, but also the biggest was the revision of the recovery plan that was revised and formalized as the first revision in 2017 that really now directs what recovery should look like, not only in the US, but in Mexico, both numeric and genetic. So with that, that's kind of a little bit of a background on some of our past roles in Mexican wolf recovery. In 2019, many will recall, and many of the commissioners, we went in front of the commission last year and asked for us to become a cooperating agency again on the ground management. And really what that meant was sign the MOU for the Mexican wolf recovery. We asked to become a lead agency because we had jurisdiction and management authority over Mexican wolves kind of as well in our state. And had a lot of expertise in that, in cooperation with the other lead agencies being Arizona Game and Fish, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and again, ourselves. Again, the biggest thing with that is we have a much larger role on the policy and the on-the-ground management, the day-to-day operations that it takes for Mexican wolf recovery. It also has on day-to-day livestock conflict resolution, et cetera. So a lot more proactive role on that management. And really, ultimately, we see our role to help achieve recovery and get to the recovery goals while working in those local communities where they are impacted by a large predator such as Mexican wolves, and trying to alleviate that or be preventative in some of that depredation. So one of the big things that we did do in this last year was hired 2 staff members that are our lead for Mexican wolf. We hired one that's our field team leader, the supervisor. His name is Don Young. Came to us after a full career with Alaska Game and Fish. Has a lot of experience in wolf management, did wolf management in Alaska. He also did it on Arctic Wildlife Refuge up in Alaska as well. So he has a lot of wolf experience. We just got lucky. He decided to retire to Camado and saw the listing in New Mexico and decided to come back into the wildlife biology profession and became our field team leader for Mexican wolves. So he started in May of this year. And then we also hired our kind of technical biologist that's really in the field on a day-to-day basis helping out. His name is Nicholas Rizzo. He started at the beginning of October. He has some experience, previous experience working with the Fish and Wildlife Service on Mexican gray wolves in Arizona and New Mexico, and also previously worked with California Game and Fish on wolf recovery efforts in Northern California. So again, a big thing for us this last year was hiring those 2 new biologists to assist with our on-the-ground management. Some of the kind of highlighted activities I wanted to also point out that we were able to undertake under 2020. As we all know, 2020 is kind of a unique year with COVID, the restrictions placed on us for different aspects of how we get things done in the field really kind of, it made us to have to adapt on our field season base, I guess is the biggest thing. And I think we were able to adapt very well. And it really started off, the first big adaptation we had to deal with was cross-fostering of wolf pups. And we'll get more into the reason why we cross-foster and how we do it and the benefits of it. But Fish and Wildlife Service was not able to participate in cross-fostering this year because of COVID. So New Mexico Game and Fish and Arizona Game and Fish took the lead in doing cross-fostering this year. That really occurred through April through first part of May. With that said, even though the Fish and Wildlife Service was not able to participate, we had a record cross-fostering year this year. We were able to place 20 pups into dens across New Mexico, Arizona, 12 of those in Arizona, 8 of those in New Mexico. Again, New Mexico Game and Fish taking the lead on the New Mexico side. We were able to put 8 pups in 3 separate packs in New Mexico, 2 pups in a pack called Iron Creek, 3 in Dark Canyon, and then 3 in the San Mateo. So again, very successful in getting that done with a limited staff, smaller crews going out on these cross fosters. We limited the personnel as well. The other thing that we took a large lead on this year and our staff did was assisting in maintaining food caches. And the food caches are 2 things. One, it's on these cross-fostered dens where we're really trying to see high success of those cross-fostered pups to survive to adulthood and then contribute genetically to the population. We want to give them the biggest boost when they're young. So there's some food caches that are associated with it. But the other one is some diversionary feeding that we use to try to mitigate livestock conflict and try to draw wolves away from livestock allotments or Forest Service allotments where they are, and try to be preventative in trying to not have that livestock kill and depredations that really do hamper some of the recovery efforts. So we assisted a lot with that. The other big thing we assisted with Fish and Wildlife Service on the New Mexico side this year was radio collaring and trapping operations. So we're trapping those younger animals, those pups we cross fostered. We want to see if we were successful, if they survived in those wild dens. At about September, October timeframe, they could start actually wearing an adult radio collar. So they've grown enough to where we could trap and put a collar on. I'll get to the results of that here in a second, but we were successful in trapping some of those. We're also trying to trap some either packs that are uncollared packs that are new, that are setting up territories in new areas, or ones where we lose functional radio collars in the pack that are important for us to conduct our cross-fostering efforts. We really have to have a working GPS collar on either the female or the male or the main components of that pack so we can be successful. Currently, our staff are out helping right now with on-the-ground counts of these packs, of known packs within areas. A lot of times that's being set up trail cameras in known territories trying to get at counts. And then, of course, we'll continue to, and we do, contribute to our annual planning, the planning across the states and including in Mexico on wolf management for the next year. And then also a big part of what we do is dissemination of information to the public. We work with Fish and Wildlife Service, Arizona Game and Fish, to produce what used to be monthly reports that are now going to quarterly reports. So quite a bit of work that we did in the 2020 season. I'll get to what we really would like to see in the 2021 season at the end of this presentation, but what I would like to do is kind of give an update on the population status right now and where we stand with Mexican wolves. And I think it's important to kind of go through this slide, and what this picture is, that blue line is the year of the end minimum count of the number of wolves in the wild in the United States. So you'll see there in the 2019 minimum count was 163 wolves. This is the whole time period going back to the first reintroductions in 1998. The bottom line there is the minimum number of pups that we've documented produced on an annual basis. So what I'd like to kind of show or point out is I really look at this as 3 different periods in Mexican wolf recovery in the United States. And I think that first period, if you will, is from 1998 to approximately 2003, 2004. That's what I would consider the high introduction period of adults out of captivity, necessary to establish the populations. A lot of wolves were being put into the wild in order to establish those populations, to just build it, to get them going. I think the next period was kind of a period of stagnation, if you will, from 2005 to about 2009. Not a lot of adults being placed into the wild at that time. We had the base population, but there was a fair amount of removals at that time, and we had stagnation of the population. And we really didn't see a lot of growth. The next phase that I'd really kind of focus in on is from 2009 on to present. And this is really a period of high growth. You'll see there, we're averaging over that period a little bit above 15% annual growth rates at that, almost exponential growth rates that we'd like to see in a population for a recovery perspective, but it also creates some challenges as depredations increase, as that population goes up. But I think it's important here to note that this growth phase is driven solely by wild-born animals and captive-born pups. So it's not an augmentation of adults out of captivity that's driving this growth rate. It's the actual reproduction that's occurring in the wild that's helping to drive the high growth rate of the wild population right now. So, you know, you probably have heard through, as commissioners, a lot of discussion about the need to potentially reduce well-bonded adults, well-bonded packs into the wild. It wouldn't be from a numeric standpoint, the population is growing, that adding more adults to the wild is not going to increase that growth rate. Where that really comes in from is kind of the genetic recovery criteria. Again, this population was only started with 7 founders, those 7 captured out of Mexico. So it had a large genetic bottleneck. So we have a genetic issue that we have to deal with in order to increase the genetic viability of the population as much as possible in the wild, trying to use the captive population with that. I think where I'd like to point out is on the next slide.
Stuart, Stuart, I hate to disrupt your flow, but there are a couple of us who are not seeing your slides. So maybe if you could unshare and reshare.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Can you all see that?
I can now, thank you.
Okay.
Might want to just pop that graph back up just so people see it.
Yeah, let me. So this is the graph that was, do you see the graph?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so that was the graph I was referring to in the last discussion point, the 3 kind of periods of recovery, if you will. One of the big things that I wanted to discuss now was where we're going with genetic recovery. So there's the numeric recovery that's very important as it pertains to recovery of any species. This one's a little bit unique in that it has a genetic issue, being a founding population of 7, and we had a large genetic bottleneck. The recovery plan has a specific genetic recovery criteria in the population that really are in the recovery plan. And I put it out there in its entirety, but really it's saying the genetic diversity available from the captive population. Again, that was the entire genetic diversity available in the world for this population, has to be incorporated in the population so that 22 released wolves have survived to breeding age. Survived to breeding age would be about a 2-year-old animal. From a pup being put in a den, it becomes 2, or it would be an adult animal that was placed into the wild and survived a year in the wild that would count towards that genetic recovery criteria. There is an interim recovery goal in the recovery plan of 9 animals surviving to the breeding age by 2022. I mentioned the numeric recovery. I didn't mention the numeric recovery criteria. I talked about how we're seeing a lot of growth. That numeric recovery criteria is 320 wolves over an 8-year average of 320 over 8 years. Excuse me. We are working closely on that recovery goal. Again, the minimum count in 2019 was 163. We'll fly the surveys in a few months to get the minimum count for the 2020. If we continue on the trajectory of 15% growth rate on an annual basis, we have the potential to reach the 320 by 2024. So I think we're on a well-end way towards the 320. Again, it has to average 320 over 8 years, but we are getting close to meeting that numeric recovery criteria. Genetic is probably the bigger one that we're working on right now. And I mentioned cross-fostering because cross-fostering is the way we see the best utilization of getting the genetic recovery criteria on the ground. So what is cross-fostering? How is it approached? Well, the biggest thing is we are taking pups less than 14 days old out of captivity and placing them into wild dens. Those females in those wild dens then raise those pups. They then survive and then contribute towards reach breeding age. 2 years old is what the recovery criteria is. Right now, since the timeline started 2016, when we started counting the cross-fosters towards recovery, we have 5 animals, 5 cross-fostered pups that are counting towards that number of 22, counting towards that interim goal of 9. 3 of those 5 pups or 3 of those pups that were placed in captivity have bred and are actually raising pups in the wild right now. So the ultimate goal is having those pups survive to 2, breed, raise pups, etc. We're currently monitoring one yearling that was cross-fostered last year in our cross-fostering attempts that will count. If it survives a couple more months, it will count towards that 22, again, count more towards that 9. One of the things I mentioned earlier is we had a record year this year of placing 20 pups into dens this year. Of those 20 pups, we've actually collared 7 pups so far this year that we're monitoring and are surviving. So we have a pretty high success rate so far of capturing of those 20 pups and also monitoring them. What we see once we get a radio collar on them, we see fairly high survival rates of them. You know, that 7 may decline to 5, but I don't suspect it's going to decline to much below that, maybe 3. But we see, I think we'll see a high survival of those 7 as they reach yearlings and then survive into their second year, which I guess is the point is we're making some pretty good strides on the genetic recovery criteria. One of the things, as I discussed, some of the proponents, I would say, of wolf recovery would like to see us increase our maybe adult release from captures with pups. I think the thing that happens, and we've seen with this, is adults from captivity that have no wild experience tend to have nuisance behavior. And when I say nuisance behavior, it's all the way from livestock depredations, high rates of livestock depredations, to coming to people's back patios, to other nuisance behaviors that we see. About adult survival of released animals out of captivity is roughly 25%. So 1 in 4 adults released out of captivity actually survives. It creates a lot of nuisance behavior, a lot of social unacceptance in the local area on those animals as we see increased depredations, a lot less acceptance towards the program, etc. So I think cross-fostering, what we're seeing is a little bit higher success rate than even adult survival. So the adults being released out of captivity compared to the pups being released out of captivity, right now we're seeing a little bit higher survival rate, or success rate, I shouldn't say survival rate, success rate of being incorporated in the population than adults. So our plan, and you'll see the translocation plan of the Fish and Wildlife Service developed in cooperation with Fish and Wildlife Service, Arizona Game and Fish, and New Mexico Game and Fish, is to continue along the using pups as our means and methods to increase the genetic diversity into the wild. It really doesn't increase that nuisance behavior. It doesn't have the naive adult wolf issues that it has, and we're starting to see some pretty strong successes. New Mexico's goal for this year is to cross-foster as many as possible. In 2021, excuse me. Again, in 2020, we were able to do 20 across the 2 states, 8 in New Mexico. As more packs breed, we have more opportunities to cross-foster. So I hope that we could match last year. Maybe we could succeed it, but even matching last year, I think will get us well on our way to that genetic recovery. So hopefully within the next 4 to 5 years, we report back to the commission that we notched one of our recovery goals off and we met that genetic recovery. I think for the 2021 season, as we see for the department, some of our goals or what we'd really like to do, I think first and foremost is continue building some relationships with our stakeholders in New Mexico and really in the affected area, and working with the cattle industry, working with the Forest Service, working with Wildlife Services, as proactive as we can be on depredations. I think it's a positive from the wolf perspective in that we don't get into issues where we have a lot of depredations, contemplating removals of problem wolves, and we're also being proactive with our wolf population, our constituents, excuse me, and that we lessen that depredation burden. There's more of an acceptance of that population out there. The next bullet there, again, expanding our efforts on reducing wolf livestock conflict. I think the largest thing that we are in the midst of doing right now, and hope to have the personnel on board here in the next couple months where we see depredations increase, is working with Wildlife Services with what they call a range rider. What that is an individual that we will hire that specifically works in these areas where we have high instances of wolf livestock conflict, to work with that producer to try to prevent livestock depredation from happening. So they're working basically with that cattle producer or in those allotments or on that private land, trying to haze wolves prior to a depredation happening, being proactive. And so again, it's trying to be as much proactive as we can, and then for us to be as much proactive as we can. Wildlife Services is also hiring a non-lethal specialist specifically for Mexican wolves that we'll work closely with to figure out how can we strategically work to lessen the livestock depredation burden as much as we can. One of the big things that all the cooperating agencies will do, but we haven't done in quite some time, is participate in the 2021 annual count and capture that will occur into January 1st of February. And then I think some of the things that we really want to take a lead role in is in that cross-fostering operations. I think we are very successful in it this year. We'll continue to coordinate it. That doesn't mean that we won't have Fish and Wildlife Service involvement, but I think we really want to take a large lead in this in New Mexico to try to maximize how many pups we can get out in the wild, to reach that recovery criteria as soon as possible, but also try to get the genetic influence while the population is still smaller and growing, because you have a bigger impact when that population is smaller as we get more genetics infused from the captive population into the smaller wild population. We also want to take a lead on our trapping and collaring operations that occur in New Mexico. Again, that's maybe trapping around cross-fostered wolves to try to monitor our success of that, or collaring and trapping in new known packs as we see expansion of this population as it grows. I think another thing we really want to work on is, again, that taking a large lead on being proactive in our livestock depredations and how we can work as the lead, working with Fish and Wildlife Service and with Wildlife Services on how to best address that. We work with a lot of these local landowners in that area anyway on other issues. I think we have a pretty good rapport with them, and we just want to try to increase that to try to get at a better reduced depredations, even though we see an increasing population. So I think that's what we see for our goals in the next year. I know you have a packed schedule. I could go on a lot more. I'm sure there's some questions. So instead, I will take questions and go from there.
Thank you, Chief Stewart Wiley. Commissioner Souls, I'm going to turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess first, Chief Wiley, if you could, would you comment on the part of the recovery plan that requires wolves in 3 different areas, I think Arizona, New Mexico, and Mexico, and some of the recent involvement with Mexico and getting some wolves shared with them for reintroduction down there?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls, so it really is treated as 2 different recovery areas, the United States and Mexico. Okay. The recovery area in the United States goes from Texas to California, south of I-40, and then you have the Mexican recovery area. As you were speaking to of our efforts working with Mexico, and one of the things that we were able to do this year that we haven't done in the past is we took wild-born animals that were captured in the wild on a reservation, a tribal reservation in Arizona, were brought to Mexico. There was one pack that was just released at the end of November, middle of the end of November. First time we've seen a full wild pack released in there to help bolster their efforts. There's another pack that's in the wings that's supposed to be transferred as early as maybe next week. That was also taken off of tribal lands in Arizona that's on its way to Mexico. The Mexico paperwork has been a little bit challenging this year with COVID issues. The border is technically closed, and so we're trying to get around this as being an essential function of border transport, and so trying to deal with that has been very difficult. But I will say this will be a true test. I hope this will be very successful in Mexico. As we saw in our population, wild-born wolves succeed a lot better than captive-born wolves in the wild. I think this pack they just released and the potential pack that's going there next has the potential to really bolster some of Mexico's recovery efforts. And as our population continues to grow, we'll probably have more opportunities to increase Mexico's recovery efforts.
Thank you. So I've had lots of input from the conservation community, and particular those that are interested in wolf and Mexican wolf recovery. I want to reiterate just a couple of points that you made, Chief Liley, but first, I really want to commend our department on the proactive and active involvement that we're taking even after just a short time period of rejoining the whole recovery program. I think things like having a record number of cross-fostered pups this year when Fish and Wildlife couldn't help and we had the challenges of COVID is just phenomenal. And I really appreciate the comments about the difference between cross-fostering and putting captive born and bred adults into the wild and the relative success ratios and things like that. So I think that's excellent. I want to mention the Ladder Ranch. I know they've sent us a letter about their interest in maybe having wolves released on the ladder at some point. I don't want to go into the details of that, but I want to very much thank the Turner Endangered Species Fund for having the captive rearing facility and collaborating on all aspects of the program. I think without them, we wouldn't be having the kind of success we are. So another kudos to the department of working with them and in conjunction and collaboration with them to get this stuff done. I think I'd like to hear from the public. When I look at your chart about how the program started and then kind of stagnated, if you will, for a while to where we are today. I know when I've heard Fish and Wildlife brief on the same subject, we may not be able to keep this 50% growth, 15% growth per year, but I think we're ahead now through largely cross-fostering of where almost anyone felt we would be. And with only 7 founders, the best you can do is try to maintain the genetic diversity of those 7. And my understanding is with the cross-fostered pups, we're doing exactly that. So anyway, it's something that I think the department should be very proud of. And I hope the conservation community recognizes that and feels that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Souls. Commissioner Vesbach, do you have something?
Oh, yes, Madam Chair, thanks. Yeah, I'd just like to second that, good work on this. I was glad to see us, restoring one of the most endangered big mammals there's left in the world, really, it's down to 7 individuals. So I guess I had a question a little more on the ladder. We've gotten some comments about releasing entire families. I understand we have, a lot of success is built on having wild animals now able to rear young and cross-fostering. But I wonder, Chief Liley, if you could explain what is holding that back? It sounds like from the comments that, there's the ladder would like to introduce a family of wolves potentially. Can you comment on that? What stops that from happening now?
So I think 2 things are the discussion. So again, it's a cooperative effort when it's Fish and Wildlife Service, Arizona Game and Fish, and New Mexico Game and Fish when we develop that release and translocation plan. I think the biggest thing that comes into play when we discuss that is what is the need for releases right now? And the need for releases, in our opinion right now, is just it's not a numeric need to increase the population. It's a genetic need. And so we are really focused on incorporating as much of the genetic capacity out of the captive population into the wild, but also recognizing that naive captive born wolves have a much higher rate of nuisance behavior. I think there may be a reduced behavior if you have well-bonded wolves with pups, but there still is a much higher documented nuisance behavior from them, and it sometimes becomes counterproductive to our recovery efforts as we're trying to build some acceptance in the affected area, if that makes sense. As we use these pups to do it, I think the pup success rate is as high or higher than what we see with the captive adults. And so that's our main goal, is to focus on getting to that genetic recovery as quick as possible, using pups without trying to potentially have negative impacts to the local communities by naive adult wolves and increasing nuisance behavior. As it pertains to the latter, I think we may see wolves as we're seeing expansion of animals. We're seeing kind of a northern expansion and an eastern expansion, if you will, in New Mexico, obviously. North of Highway 60, I think that's where we'll see. And then east, where we're starting to see wolves show up in the Black Range, I think wolves will determine where their best habitat is. You know, if the latter ranch is the best habitat, they are going to find a home, and they're going to make a living out of it as they develop their home territory, their territories where we have prey base, high density prey base. They're going to go there. I think that's part of the reason we have not seen the expansion to the south. You know, the south is the Gila wilderness. A lot of people would love to see a lot of wolves in the Gila wilderness, undisturbed human impacts, not that much cattle grazing, those kind of things, but it doesn't have the prey densities that we see elsewhere. And that's why I don't think we've seen those expansions. Now to the east, there definitely is some in the Black Range, San Mateo's, but prey densities are not as high as where the core is. And when prey densities get lower, you also have more incidences for depredation issues, I think. And so the latter is large, but as it can contain, is surrounded by Forest Service allotments and other private allotments, to where maybe in the earlier stages, if we were trying to get at numeric and we only had the opportunity of captive, I think it might be what would have been a wise decision back then to kind of try to establish there. Right now, I don't know that it really isn't one of those ones where we're saying it's necessary for the recovery, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. And thank you for that explanation. I guess what I was trying to understand is the commission is not preventing, if there was a unique circumstance where you wanted to release an entire family, like is mentioned, we've gotten comments about, you can do that. You don't need something from the commission. That is, you have that ability now. There's not an old, I just wanted to clarify that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Vesbach, currently the way it exists is released on private land. The commission would have to approve it.
Okay.
There is a potential rule amendment that you all have been considering in the importation rule that would align that rule similar to the rest of our rules, where the department would be working on that. So I think that's up for vote at the January 15th meeting. The proposal is that we would then, like any other species, determine that management necessary. If we think that it was necessary to contribute towards that recovery, we could at that time and wouldn't have to go back to the commission. Again, we'd work with our other cooperators, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Arizona Game and Fish, to say, is this the actual necessity for a recovery? You know, we are one player in this, but we are not the ultimate deciding factor, I guess, is to answer your question, nor the commission nor the department on if a wolf pack is released like that.
Okay, thanks. That makes sense. And just to add another controversial subject on top of it, with the connectivity between Mexico and New Mexico and Arizona in this, what's the effects of the border wall being built? What's likely to happen there in terms of the population connectivity?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Vesbach, we have had animals make it from Mexico to the United States. We have documented it on a couple of different occasions. I think at least 3 different occasions. I think where the wolves travel path, where they like the most is in the high mountains, kind of. I don't know if they'll be able to actually build a wall through some of that. It's kind of hard to predict where the wall's for sure going to stop or end, or if it's going to stop now or not. But permeability across the border, I think, is definitely important. I think some of the species that probably are more impacted is pronghorn, that are more grassland species that don't get up into the mountains and cross. But I think some of where we haven't seen walls built in the higher mountains, it may not affect the permeability as much. I mean, it definitely has the potential to impact.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other comments? Well, I for one want to say thank you again, Chief Stewart. What surprised me is when you were talking about these recovery areas, you even said as far as California. Did I hear that correct?
Madam Chair, there are rules that operate where wolves, where the recovery is. It's called the 10J rule. And yes, it's from California, the Arizona-California border to the Mexico-Texas border. The core of that, though, really is on the Mogollon Rim, the Mogollon Mountains in Arizona, New Mexico. I don't think we'll see much of a recovery effort on the very western end of it or on the eastern end for our part. You know, I really see that more centered around the Gila in our end, and the Mogollons and kind of on top of that Mogollon Rim in the two states.
Okay, very good. Do you need anything else from the commission as I think this very good program? I think I heard you say something about 19.35.7, that importation rule. Is that correct? That we'll be hearing more about that in January.
Madam Chair, that is correct. You'll be voting on that in January. So at this time, we don't need a motion from the commission. This is an informative, just letting you know our plans at this time. And again, on the 2021, I think is the biggest, is to release as many pups as possible to get at that genetic recovery goal as quick as possible with cross fostering.
Thank you again for working so closely with those stakeholders and those other communities, Mexico and Arizona, and yeah, the whole community. Thank you. Good job. Very good job. Okay, so let us proceed. If we have nothing else on agenda item number 11, let's go to number 12. Kirk Patton, I think we are going to hear from you regarding the overview of the department's hatchery system, and I'm looking forward to that discussion as well. So thank you, Chief. We look forward to hearing from you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Now I can. I lost you there.
Okay, good. Well, thank you for having me today. Like you said, I am going to present an overview of the department's hatchery system to you today. In planning for this presentation, I attempted to provide, I guess, a broad scale overview, high elevation overview of the department's personnel as it stands right now, some of our ongoing activities at the hatcheries, the annual production, the history of some of these facilities, because in some cases that's long and I guess a long tenure for them. I also wanted to provide some information about some of the more fundamental things that the hatcheries do on a daily basis in order to keep these facilities going and comply with federal and state law. And then also give you some information about projects that we have completed, I guess infrastructure type projects over the past several years, as well as give you an update on some of the projects, capital projects that we are undertaking or planning for right now, and looking hopefully forward to completing in the not too distant future. So I guess I wanted to start off with the personnel structure of that part of our division. I think without the hardworking men and women within our hatchery system to keep these things maintained and the fish fed and the fish stocked and the trucks running, we wouldn't be getting anywhere regardless of how the shape of our hatchery. So we have 35 full-time positions allocated to the hatchery system. We also have one temporary position. It's a half-time position at Rock Lake Hatchery, which is intended to assist with the warm water side of that facility. Years ago, we recognized that there was a continuing or a growing need to have a compliance specialist, at least part-time, allocated to oversight of rules and regulations that apply to the hatchery system as well as to the biologist side of our division. So currently, we're working to get 4 of those positions recruited right now. And I just want to make sure you can hear me again. I just got notice that my internet was unstable. Can you still hear me? Yes. Okay. So, One thing I also want to mention, and this was done when Director Sloan was still Chief of Fisheries, was I guess when we started to pay standby time for our hatchery employees. And what standby time applies is essentially every so often and on a rotating schedule, you have to have someone there full time, 24 hours a day in order to feed the fish, to respond to emergencies, to make sure the pumps are still working, all that sort of stuff. And for years and years, those individuals had not been compensated for that standby time when they were still required to be on site. And so, we started to pay them it's a small percentage of their hourly rate, which is, in my opinion, is great to compensate them for that time. But one of the outcomes of that is it was an additional hit on our personnel budget in the conservation services program. So, when you think about long-term budgeting, that's something that we need to consider as we deal with flat budgets. This is just a slide to demonstrate all of the different things that our personnel in the hatchery system do on any given day. And I don't know if I appreciated it until I became Chief of Fisheries and started to see all of the different things they do. It could be anything from a small engine repairman to diagnosing fancy pumps, $30,000 pumps that supply water to the facility, cleaning raceways, stocking fish, participating in our department field spawns, being, stocking fish, even, being a public spokesperson when you're out doing a stocking run or having, groups come in for tours of the hatchery facility. So I can't say enough about, their individual duties and how they contribute. So here is just a brief overview of the year in which these facilities were built originally. We're starting off, and then I guess a summary of the production, the species they produce, and the numbers, approximate numbers per year. Beginning back in 1921, which we're coming up, I believe, on the centennial anniversary of Lisboa Springs being built. We got our first hatchery in the state, and then the 30s and 40s were pretty busy as far as building hatcheries across the state, and finally, in 1964, Rock Lake was completed to be a trout rearing facility. It's important to note that I believe Los Ojos, Red River, and Lisboa Springs underwent major renovations back in the 1980s. And then Seven Springs was renovated back in 2001, and that was when it was converted from a rainbow trout and other species of cutthroat trout facility to solely being our Rio Grande cutthroat trout facility. And then finally in the mid 2000s, and I guess around 2016, we completed the warm water facility at Rock Lake Hatchery, which has expanded our ability to produce warm water fish. So just looking at these numbers, far and away, the most abundant fish that we produce as far as poundage goes is triplet rainbow trout. Like I said before, we produce Rio Grande cutthroat trout solely at Seven Springs. We're in the business of producing some Gila trout at Linwood Hatchery. And then again, Rock Lake Hatchery is our warm water facility wherein we produce on a good year over 10,000 very small walleye per year. We've continued to expand our largemouth bass brood stock, and this year we had a record number produced there where we produced and stocked just over 600,000 largemouth bass. So in total, we're looking at about 14 million fish that we rear and stock per year, or about 650,000 pounds annually, which, it's a great number, and I'm proud of that. But I think, looking at it just in terms of the poundage or the number of fish far undersells the contributions of our hatchery system to New Mexico. In that top left corner, every year we're given a target by the legislature of poundage of fish that they would like us to produce from the hatchery system, and we routinely meet that number. But, the graph on the right, I guess, brings together a bit more about what our hatchery system means to the state of New Mexico. And every few years we do what we call our angler use survey. And it's where we ask anglers, now we use email, an email survey. We ask anglers, where do you fish? How often do you fish? And it helps us get an estimate from a statewide perspective of how many anglers fish a particular water, but also from a statewide perspective, how many angler days are generated. And the last time we did this was in 2018, or the 2018-2019 license year. And we estimate there was about 4.1 million angler days statewide. And so what I did here is I categorized those different waters based upon how dependent they are on our hatchery system. And in the blue piece of the pie chart there is about 6% of our angler days generated are purely wild fisheries. These are our Rio Grande cutthroat trout restoration waters, Gila trout restoration waters, which are open to angling, wilderness streams that are more remote, essentially waters that we don't stock. Then going over to the gray part of the pie chart, those are waters such as your tingly beaches, your jowl lakes, your urban waters, where if we weren't stocking those with rainbow trout or channel catfish, there would not be a recreational opportunity in those areas. And far and away, I think the orange part of the pie graph is, where we have some partial dependence on our hatchery system. And what I mean by that is there might be a wild trout fishery, but we stock rainbow trout on top of them to meet the angler expectations in those areas. It also might be Elephant Butte or Conscious Lake, where we enhance the fisheries by stocking walleye, or Navajo Reservoir, Heron Reservoir, where we stock kokanee salmon. So I think, putting this into perspective, when you start talking about, 50 to 60 bucks a day, as I see estimated for a typical angler day, you do the math on that. And again, the hatchery system produces a significant amount of revenue for the state as far as angling opportunities and recreational opportunities. And then I guess the other part of this, the contributions, is those intangible things that you can't really put a dollar value on. And that's, kids holding a fish in their hands. I remember my first large trout when I was a kid, and all that went into that trip. But also you have, Rio Grande conservation actions that is supported by the department. We routinely mention the Costilla project that we're so proud of, and the success there would not have been possible without the contributions from the staff at Seven Springs Hatchery, diligently rearing those fish over the years. So, I guess that's some of the background information about our hatchery system. And now I wanted to move more into some of the kind of fundamental things that don't always get a lot of attention from the hatchery system, but without, continuous efforts to be mindful of it and address it and maintain optimal conditions, our hatchery success would be much less than it is today. One of those is, maintenance of conditions within a facility that are suitable for rearing healthy fish. So we could probably raise a whole lot more fish, but if they're not healthy to put out into the wild, then we're not really meeting our mission. So, our managers and our culturists diligently work to maintain conditions where we don't have outbreaks of routine common diseases or even catastrophic diseases under the wrong conditions. We do annual fish inspections to make sure that our fish health certification is current. That picture in the upper right-hand corner is an aerial view of Seven Springs Hatchery. And most of our hatcheries at one point in our history were, dependent upon surface water, and they used ponds for rearing. And because of fish health concerns, we no longer do that. They've almost all been converted to almost entirely to groundwater in order to provide biosecurity for the facilities. And so those ponds are now used for fishing opportunities. And the primary driver behind a lot of that shift was whirling disease when it was introduced back in the 80s and discovered and really became a concern for the department in the later 90s. So it is still out there. We are still concerned about it. There are other diseases that we are concerned about, but we have been whirling disease negative in all of our facilities, I believe, for about the past 10 years. And so hopefully with the current practices and all of the biosecurity measures we put in place, that will continue into the future. Another thing I wanted to go over was the concept of our National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permits. And each of these facilities take water from a source, run it through the system, and then we discharge it into a water of the US. And as a result of that, we are subject to regulations, rules, regulations under the Clean Water Act, administered in New Mexico by the Environmental Protection Agency. And, you know, what this involves and requires of our staff is continuous daily monitoring of outfalls, monthly collection of water samples to make sure that the pollutants that we are tasked with monitoring do not exceed certain limits. The last year, we completed an audit of all of these outfalls with the help of one of our contract engineers, and he provided some recommendations for bringing these up to, you know, I guess the best possible state for accurately measuring our discharges. The good news in those was almost all of them were I guess, up to code or were sufficient to help us comply with our permits. And there's just a couple that we need to make minor adjustments to. But this, again, is just one of those unsung things that our hatchery staff do on a daily basis in order to make sure that we are in compliance with applicable laws. So now this is a shift onto some of the projects that we have completed over the past few years. As I mentioned previously, we used to rely upon surface waters at most of our facilities as water sources, and we no longer can do that. This is the top left corner. There is a picture of a diversion structure at Lisboa Springs that we have installed back, I believe it was in the 1930s, on private land upstream of the facility. And this was a primary water source for the hatchery up until whirling disease hit, and we converted it over to groundwater. There is always a chance that at some point we will be able to address whirling disease in the future, and we want to maintain our ability to divert water and exercise our water rights at some point. We also have an agreement with the landowner to maintain this structure. So this year we finally, after years of environmental compliance challenges, we were able to replace what was a fish barrier. It was a seasonal fish barrier with, as you can see in that bottom right corner, it's basically large boulders grouted, permanently attached to the stream bed. Still has the same function as a diversion structure, but it's also a fish ladder and passes the resident trout and Rio Grande chub, which also are a species of greatest need in the area. Over the past 6 or 7 years, the department has replaced 3 different major pipelines. The first one was about 1.5 miles of pipeline at Seven Springs Hatchery. The next one was about a 1/2 mile, I believe, of the cold water line at Red River Hatchery. And these pictures here are about 3/4 mile of, no, excuse me, about 1/2 mile of habitat or of pipeline at Red River Hatchery. You know, these are kind of the buried infrastructure that nobody really sees, but it's quite expensive to replace these. This individual project at Red River was about $900,000, I believe. But now we have prior to replacing this, you had a leaky pipeline up on the hillside that created all these what looked like springs coming off the hillside, but it was our leaky pipe. And now we have, you know, a HDPE pipe that will outlast any of us. So good to have that water source secured. Previously, I mentioned to you that we are in the process of renovating Glenwood Hatchery, both to update the hatchery, but more importantly, to be able to rear the federally threatened Gila trout at Glenwood Hatchery. And this is one of the final engineering diagrams of the facility as it's planned now. It will involve about 700 feet of infiltration gallery pipeline, the splitter box, which I don't know if you can see my cursor here, the aeration head tank, a new operations building, all the piping that needs to be put in place for the system, as well as a recirculation system, and then also repurposing some of the existing raceways for additional rearing capacity. If all goes well, we hope to get this out to bid sometime after Christmas and potentially break ground sometime next spring in 2021. We definitely have talked about the Los Ojos Visitor Center challenges previously and the associated water system at Los Ojos. That is the visitor center building with the cracked wall that we've engaged the services of 2 different engineers and received, I guess, mixed opinions on what needed to be done. We tried to bid getting that fixed. I believe it was about a year and a half ago now, based upon the second engineer's opinion and designs, and the construction companies that we got some interest from declined to bid on the project because they disagreed with the engineering designs and thought it was too risky for them to take it on from a business standpoint. So we're still looking into how to address this part of the visitor center. We also have had our water system. I guess there were deficiencies identified by the New Mexico Environment Department a couple years ago, and we have engaged the services of an engineering firm, and this is a diagram that they came up with, a preliminary diagram of things that they could do, that they recommended we do to fix the system. If we were to open the visitor center, we would need to have a drinking water system that is permitted by the Environment Department. So the two are kind of, we have to go hand in hand with them should we want to open the visitor center. Let's see, I think that's all I had to say about that one. And so I guess that just wanted to go over some of the other capital project needs that are out there. And I should note that we have developed, I guess, a couple 2-3 page document for each hatchery, which summarizes a lot of the capital needs at the hatchery with order of magnitude estimates and cost, whether we have it from an engineer or just kind of based upon experience, if you're interested in looking at those. On the left is a bridge, which is the sole vehicle access at Red River Hatchery. It currently has holes in it, and we bid that a couple years ago, and the cost estimate we received from the low bidder was about 2 times of what we had budget for and what the engineer had estimated. So we are still hoping to get that done at some point. The middle picture there is the J Battery raceways at Los Ojos Hatchery. They're going on 50 years old, I believe, and they need to be either replaced or drastically repaired. That top right picture is our fry raceways at Lisboa Springs Hatchery. Those are enclosures as part of our biosecurity measures. We're in some discussions about how to provide some larger enclosure over those raceways rather than the way they're structured now. The challenges there are that at some point in the history of that facility, they used mine tailings from the nearby Torero mine as some of the subgrade in the area. So anytime we want to do any digging at that facility and starting moving materials, you're compounding the cost because you're dealing with contaminated sediments. So there's a need there to replace those at some point, but there's either a need to do it with a lightweight structure, or we will have to deal with the lead contaminants at that time. I previously mentioned that we've worked on some pipeline replacements, and that's an example of another short piece of pipeline that we replaced last year that ruptured at Red River Hatchery. And there's probably a lot of pipe in the canyon reach that is similar to that. And then finally, down that bottom right-hand corner is there is a need to finish off the warm water facility, and that's a picture of our current hatchery building, which is used for rearing largemouth bass, small largemouth bass and walleye. If we could get that rebuilt, it would drastically improve our ability to produce largemouth bass and walleye. And one capital project that I did not mention in here, and that is a longer term need, would be improving or modernizing department housing. Some of the houses were built back, during the original construction period of the hatcheries. We have put a lot of money into modernizing those. Some are mobile homes that are nearing the end of their useful life. We have, again, replaced several mobile homes through the years. We are much better than we were 20, 25 years ago, but there is going to be a continual need to improve department housing. So I guess that now I want to transition on to kind of some just brief discussion about the long-term purposes of the hatcheries and where we see this going moving into the future. With our hatchery system, and I brought up that graph again, we have created a lot of opportunities that wouldn't otherwise be there in the state of New Mexico. We've also enhanced fisheries. We need to maintain a lot of those expectations, and we will continue to do that. one of the items I think we could use our hatchery system more efficiently is to create those memorable experiences. One of our programs that we started several years ago was what we call our Rainbow Trout Incentive Program. And that involves a select few waters where, and it's grown to probably 20, 25 different waters, where every load of fish that goes into those waters, we put approximately 10% of that load is our rainbow trout greater than 15 inches. And so rather than a stringer full of potentially 5, 9 to 10 inch fish, you could have, a 15 inch, 17 inch fish on there. It's been wildly popular. I would like to expand that into other parts of the state, in particular our winter trout waters in the southern part of the state. The cost associated with that is it's relatively cheap to grow a rainbow trout to a catchable size, 9, 10 inches. Once you get larger than that, it gets quite expensive or more expensive. And so there's going to be some costs associated with trying to expand that program. But I think it's been popular enough and worthwhile enough for us to consider. There's also a need to consider different species. We are making plans to attempt to grow some Rio Grande cutthroat trout at Red River Hatchery next year to expand our Rio Grande cutthroat trout recreational stocking program. And that would include some of our other high mountain lakes and that sort of thing. Like I said before, we're going to transition Glenwood over to Gila trout, which would include fish being available for recovery efforts, but also for recreational stocking in the southwest part of the state. And then there's a few others, something like potentially growing hybrid striped bass at Rock Lake. They've been popular in other parts of the state. They have better thermal tolerances than striped bass that could provide an opportunity for other warm water fisheries in the state. Another thing that we need to be thinking about in the future is species conservation efforts. When we talk about rearing Gila trout or Rio Grande cutthroat trout, that's on the within our current funding structure, that's possible. There's also a potential need to rear non-game species depending upon alternative funding sources in the future. And then there's also an opportunity for changing some of the types of fisheries that are out there. Like I mentioned previously, our put and take fisheries or our hatchery dependent fisheries, they're probably going to stay that way. They're always going to be that way. Put, grow, and take fisheries, there's a potential you could change things up with different species. But I think where we could make a lot of our gain and be more efficient with some of ours and have fish to allocate would be this blue slice of the pie, and potentially, expanding the number of wild fisheries that we have out there and maintaining them more with habitat enhancement or regulation enhancement, and having those fish available to make other put and take waters or other hatchery dependent waters better in the future. So I just wanted to end with some bright faces of all of some of our hatchery staff. I couldn't fit them all on there. Nonetheless, thank you to them for what they do every day. And thank you for your time, and I'll stand for any questions.
Madam Chair, I think you're on mute.
Him too. Thank you, Commissioner Vesbach. Commissioners, any comments, questions for Chief Kirk? That was very good, by the way. I'm a fisher person. I love to fish, by the way. Vice Chair?
Yes, I'd like to thank Chief Patton for a great presentation. There's so much that goes on to the hatcheries, including all the testing for rolling disease. And we ask so much of those hatchery managers to manage and maintain and be responsible for multi-million-dollar facility. Mm-hmm. I know a lot of folks that are into fishing for native species. I know quite a few that look down on people that are just stalker type fishing folks. But they're freighting the bill for our fisheries program, and they are the people that are taking out 5 and 6 people as a family to fish for the day. The hatchery system has supported all the pandemic new fishing people out there. So I just excited with the possibility of passing a new habitat program that will take some of that money to start doing some stream improvements where we can put some more of those wild fisheries in there to create more fishing opportunities for everybody. So good job to the fishery staff. You guys are like the unsung heroes because you're out in the boonies all the time. But I know people that follow that fish truck.
Thank you, Vice Chair. You took the words right out of my mouth. Commissioner Souls, do you have something?
Madam Chair, thank you. Yes. Chief Patton, great presentation. I really appreciate it. A couple of things stuck out to me that I just wanted to bring up. I like the way you showed how many angler fishing days per year there are. And if I understood your charts, it's like 4 million of them. And the notion that there may be $60 worth of economic vitality, I think, generated from that. I want the public to recognize that's $250 million a year, which is a phenomenal number. And I think that's a very big deal. I want to ask one question. If you go back to the slide that showed how many fish you're generating of every species, something confused me. I think on that chart, it shows 10 million walleye per year and a total of 14 million fish. But I think you said 10,000 walleye. And I just want to be sure I understand it if the chart's right. And if it's not, that we get it fixed so that in the public record, we've got that number right. It was one of your first couple of charts. There you go.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls, I think I'm at the slide you were interested in. And if I said 10,000 walleye, I was off by a couple of orders or several orders of magnitude. So my apologies there.
Okay, so it's 10 million walleye, and I'm amazed. I had no idea we're generating more walleye than anything. And I think I need to go out and try to catch some of them.
And I guess I would like to add that when I say 10 million, it can vary by year depending upon the quality of the walleye spawn, which we conduct in the field. And most of those are about, our biologists call them 2 eyes and a wiggle. So they are very small. Poundage wise, it's not that much.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then I guess my last comment is I recognize there are some anglers who are very much into native and wild species, but I obviously see there's value in both that and the put and take fishery. Like you, I remember the first fish I ever caught. I'll bet almost everyone does. And there aren't that many things that I think people can really remember in terms of their personal outdoor experience. So I think what we're doing, what your team is doing for fisheries is remarkable. My last comment would be, it looked to me like except for one hatchery built in 64, which is 56 years old maybe or something like that now, all the rest of them were from 8 to 100 years old. And so, yay, verily, we've got some work to do just to keep them up and to repair them and everything else. So you got a lot on your hands there, and we'll try to support you.
Thank you.
Actually, Commissioner Souls, you took some of the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say earlier, Director Michael Sloan and of course, Chief Patton, what struck me were the ages of those facilities, and the oldest being 1921. That's 100 years next year. And it would be wonderful if there could be a century celebration of some sort. Again, echoing what the Vice Chair said, commending you, commending New Mexico for, promoting our fish and our hatcheries. It's just a thought, Director Sloan.
Madam Chair, I think that's a great thought, and I'm sure that the Lance can get something together. We can probably celebrate the whole hatchery system in particular.
Amen. Thank you. Commissioner Vesbach, did you have something to add too?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I think I wanted to comment that, with fishing being less safe than hunting, according to our previous presentation, I'm wondering if you could give some tips on how to keep from hooking myself. Because I will say I've gotten many more ouches when I'm fishing than hunting. But anyway, no, I just want to express support. I think, this is a great, it's amazing to see how long we've had these hatcheries, and I just want to express support for where you said that we're going with kind of the dual goals of providing more quality on the hatchery side, of the put and take fisheries, combined with some more attention on habitat and growing that slice of the pie on the wild fishery side. I'd like that plan. And I guess a question was, it's my understanding we still do import some stock fish into the state. Is that right, Chief Patton?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Vesbach, yes, that's correct.
Is it part of the plan? Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say that we import all of our triploid rainbow trout eggs from a private facility. The decision was made years ago that it was, I think, more economically feasible and easier on the system, as well as that private supplier could provide those eggs throughout the year when we needed them, rather than if we maintained our own brood stock for them, it would be a seasonal thing. We also import channel catfish from private facilities for our large channel catfish program.
Okay, and I'm just curious if part of the plan is to, as you're looking at kind of the future, meeting those needs with our hatcheries, or do you see that as just a cost-effective thing to continue?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Vesbach, I think the triploid rainbow trout thing is just more economical to rely upon that private vendor. And the channel catfish, I think when we originally built the warm water facility, we were hoping that we could take on some of that ourselves. That facility just hasn't quite, it hasn't quite worked out the same, and we made a decision to switch over to largemouth bass production through the years to, I guess, try and meet that need, which was a higher priority fish for us rather than channel catfish.
Okay, thank you, and you have my full support on those proposals, and particularly trying to get those hatcheries fixed up and repaired too. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Very good. I agree. Okay, well, kudos. Let's move on to our next agenda item. Miss Virginia Seamster, I look forward to hearing from you. Overview of the department's conservation information system. Wow. Yeah, you are awesome. So I think you're on mute.
Madam Chair, I was just hoping that everybody was noticing Commissioner Sol's background of, I'm assuming that's a fishing hook in that.
I was going to send a chat, but.
Madam Chair, after Commissioner Vesbach talked about needing instruction on not how to get fish hooked, I had to acknowledge that I've had the same problem myself. So I'll switch my background back.
Let's not attribute this to Lance Cherry, okay? Let's get this for the record. Thank you. Hi, how are you, Miss Seamster?
I'm doing very well. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Is it okay for me to share my screen now?
Yes, please.
Great. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about our conservation information system. And I do want to state for the record that I am giving this presentation on behalf of Chief Matt Wunder. He is the chief of our Ecological and Environmental Planning Division. And I also want to give a shout out to all the members of our Ecological and Environmental Planning Division. They all play an important role in the 6 different components of the system that I'm going to be talking about in the next several slides. I want to point to the diagram that is on this opening slide. There are 6 smaller circles on the diagram, and basically what I'm going to be doing is walking through the programs, tools, and data sets that are represented by these circles. This is a screenshot of an infographic that we have on the conservation homepage on the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish website. And the goal of this infographic is to make it really easy for members of the public to access the 6 different components of the information system that I'm going to be talking about. So Ecological and Environmental Planning Division, or EEP, has developed or maintains the 6 different components of the Conservation Information System, or CIS, that I'm going to be walking through. There are 4 conservation-related tools, 1 statewide data set, and 1 grant program that are included in those components. These tools, data set, and program are all interconnected, and I'm going to be emphasizing those connections during the presentation. Several of the components of the CIS inform project reviews that our EEP staff perform throughout the year. They review a wide range of different types of projects, and those include infrastructure projects and broad scale planning documents, as well as restoration projects. And in these reviews, they're evaluating the potential for a project to have an impact on wildlife, and then they provide feedback on how to mitigate those impacts. And so many of the components of the CIS that I'm going to be talking about are very pertinent to the reviews that our staff perform. Now, the goal of the CIS is really to make it as easy as possible for members of the public to access conservation-related information on New Mexico's wildlife. This slide does mention flora, or plants. Obviously, the Department of Game and Fish does not have authority when it comes to rare and sensitive plants. There are components of the CIS that have to do with plants, but those are outside the authority of Game and Fish, and so I am not going to be talking or speaking to those today. I want to acknowledge Natural Heritage New Mexico. I believe Director Sloan referenced Natural Heritage New Mexico earlier today. If you're not familiar with natural heritage programs, their purpose is to acquire and distribute information related to the conservation of biodiversity, and to make that information available not only broadly to members of the public, but they often coordinate much more closely with decision makers in the natural resource management and conservation space. Every single state in the US has a natural heritage program, and some of them are actually housed in the local state wildlife agency. In New Mexico, our natural heritage program is a division of the Museum of Southwestern Biology, located at University of New Mexico in Albuquerque. And I bring them up because they are a really important partner on 5 of the 6 different CIS components that I'm talking about today. So going back to that diagram that you saw on the first slide, all I've done here is I've added in the year that each component of the CIS was either started or was released to the public. And for simplicity's sake, since there's 6 different elements, I'm just going to walk through them chronologically. I do use several acronyms throughout the presentation, and so I do apologize in advance if you don't like acronyms. Please just stop me at any point if I need to clarify what I'm referencing. Just walking through the 6 main acronyms that you'll see on the following slides. SWAP refers to our State Wildlife Action Plan. CHAT refers to our Crucial Habitat Assessment Tool. NMRIPMAP references the riparian map. NMERT references the Environmental Review Tool. BISONM references the Biota Information System of New Mexico. And SWW references Share with Wildlife. And while we're on this slide, I will mention that my job within EEP is to coordinate the Share with Wildlife program and maintain BISONM. So as I said, I'm going to walk through these chronologically. There's 6 different components that we're going to walk through, and we're starting with Share with Wildlife. Share with Wildlife started in the early 1980s. It is a grant program. It funds wildlife projects all around New Mexico every single year. And there are 4 different categories of projects that are supported through Share with Wildlife. These categories are research, habitat enhancement, education, and rehabilitation. The program is supported through voluntary contributions, mostly from members of the public. The focus is on species that do not receive funding from other sources. Since 2005, which is when the first version of our New Mexico State Wildlife Action Plan was released, the focus of most of our research and habitat projects has been on species of greatest conservation need as identified in that State Wildlife Action Plan. I mentioned I'm going to emphasize connections to other components of the CIS. For Share with Wildlife, the research projects help to inform species accounts in Bison M, and we'll be talking about Bison M as the next component of the CIS. They are also pertinent to revisions of the SWAP. The SWAP has to be revised every 10 years, and since the research projects funded through Share with Wildlife focus on species of greatest conservation need, they are often relevant to reviewing that list of SGCN and determining if any changes need to be made, either species that need to be added or could be removed from that list. Just to give you a sense for the past 10 years of projects that have been funded through Share with Wildlife, we've funded just under 100 different projects that have focused on over 65 different species, again, mostly species of greatest conservation need. On average, we support 15 projects a year. In that 10-year period, we've distributed just under $2 million to 55 different project leads. Our project leads are often researchers at universities, researchers with federal agencies, members of nonprofit organizations, and members of for-profit consulting firms. There is a huge diversity of groups that we work with, both in and out of state. The graph at the bottom shows the breakout of funds among those 4 different project categories that I mentioned. The lion's share does go to research projects. Every year we do support multiple education and rehabilitation projects, and those typically have a smaller per project dollar value associated with them than the research projects do. And we have supported comparatively few habitat projects. This slide shows the breakout in the different sources of donations to the Share with Wildlife program. It focuses on FY22 or fiscal year 2020, not 22, we're not there yet. And state fiscal year 2020 ended in June of 2020. And so those numbers are complete for the full fiscal year. The fiscal year 2021 numbers are only for the first 4 or 5 months of this current fiscal year. I do want to point out that the table and the graph show the exact same numbers. I provided 2 formats in case people have different preferences for how they view numbers. But both the table and the figure give you the same information. So if you look at license plate sales, that is our biggest source of donations currently. The next biggest source, and that actually wasn't the case in previous fiscal years, but starting in fiscal year 2020, donations made through the online licensing system are now our second biggest source of donations. I'm sure most people watching the presentation are familiar, but our online licensing system is the portal for purchasing hunting and fishing licenses. Our next source of income is the tax checkoff program. Anyone who pays New Mexico state taxes and receives any sort of refund on those taxes can donate any percentage of their refund to a tax checkoff program. Share with Wildlife is the longest running tax checkoff program, but there are a number of other tax checkoff programs that have come into being since the early 1980s. And I will point out as an aside, tax checkoff used to be our biggest source of income. And now, as you can see, it's third down on the list. And then our last and still equally important source, just smaller dollar value, are the donations that are directly mailed in to the program. For more information on the Share with Wildlife program, we do have a series of pages that are available on the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish website. You can watch a 5-minute video about the program. You can get information on recently funded projects. When our call for proposals goes out in the spring, you can access that information on the website. And you can also get information on how to donate to the program. All right, moving on to CIS component number 2, Bison-M. Bison-M has been around since the early 90s. Basically, it is a website that allows you to do a large number of different types of searches of an enormous database. The database contains data on over 6,800 different species. The types of data that are contained within Bison-M include information on where species are found, their biology, their ecology, or their interactions with their environment, and then references that were used to create the species accounts. Again, emphasizing those connections to other components of the CIS. You can do searches for Share with Wildlife contracts. Bison-M has informed not only the original version of the swap, but each revision of the swap. And in reports that are generated from the NMERT, which we'll be talking about in a little bit, there's a table of species, and in that table of species, you can link to species accounts in Bison-M to get more information on each individual species. On the Bison-M website itself, there are also links back to the NMERT. I'm going to give examples of 2 different types of searches that you could do on Bison-M. So first example I'm going to give is on the species search page. Basically on this page, you can do a large number of different types of searches depending on how detailed you want to go. In this particular example, I'm doing the simplest possible search, which is just to type in a species common name. I understand that the least shrew has been presented on within recent commission meetings, so I typed in the least shrew as an example of a species common name. And in this case, because I had a pretty specific search term, I just got 1 search result returned. If you click on the hyperlink for the least shrew result, what you will do is open up the species account for the least shrew. And on the live website, if you were to click on any of these blue headings, taxonomy, legal status, species distribution, for example, you would be able to learn more about that aspect of this particular species biology and ecology. Moving on to the contract search, and again, the contracts that are shown here are specifically Share with Wildlife contracts. The example search that I'm giving here is looking for research projects that were funded between 2011 and current day. The list of results is shown in the bottom image. Moving from left to right, in that image, you can get the title of the project, the year that it was funded, the type of project that it is, who did the work on the project, how much money was given to the contractor, whether there was any federal money reimbursed to the program for that particular project. And then last but not least, you can access a report that was submitted by the contractor for the project. Moving on to CIS component number 3, the Crucial Habitat Assessment Tool, or CHAT. You may be familiar that there is a West-wide CHAT, and the goal with that West-wide data set was to have a consistent map of wildlife habitat across the entire Western US. Obviously the New Mexico CHAT, and there's a screenshot of one of the maps in the chat on the bottom of this slide. Obviously the New Mexico CHAT just has data for New Mexico. And the data set that's displayed here is the crucial habitat layer. If you look on the lower right-hand corner of this slide, you'll see a list of all the different data sets that you can view within the chat. all of these different data sets contributed to the rolled up habitat layer that we are looking at in the map, which is the crucial habitat layer. The way to read the map is that dark areas have a lot of species present and have aspects that are very important to wildlife. Either there's water present or there's large undisturbed areas of land. There's a variety of different aspects that go into determining that these areas are really important for wildlife. And then conversely, the lighter areas are the areas that have fewer species present and less important features for New Mexico's wildlife. Obviously, if you look at the dark areas, places like the Gila National Forest, the Boot Heel, both in southwestern New Mexico, moving on up to northern New Mexico, Jemez Mountains, Zuni Mountains, these sorts of areas pop out as being especially important for New Mexico's wildlife. The goal of the chat in general is to inform project planning, and that could be either development or restoration and other types of conservation work at the landscape scale. Again, going back to those connections to other components of the CIS, data that you can view in the chat was used to develop one of the data layers that you can view in the SWAP, which is the Conservation Opportunity Areas data set, and we'll look at that in a couple of slides. And then the layers from the chat are available for display in the NMERT map, and again, we'll see that shortly. CIS component number 4, the environmental review tool. This was released in 2018. And the objective with this tool is really to facilitate those project reviews that I mentioned earlier on that EAP staff perform. It's a website that project proponents can go to enter in details on any project that they would like to get EAP staff review on. It's also possible to simply request a species list if a project is in a very preliminary stage and you're not asking for a review yet. You can also just get a species list for a particular area. And once all the project details have been entered, and I will walk through what that process looks like briefly. Once all those details have been entered, the ERT generates a species list and an initial set of recommendations for the project. That's based on the project type and the sorts of species and other natural resources that are present within the project area. If it's required, depending on where the project is occurring, what resources are there, and then what type of project it is, then our staff will evaluate the project more carefully and in depth, and will provide guidelines on how to either avoid or mitigate any potential impacts to species found in the project area. Connections to other components of the CIS. I mentioned previously that in the reports generated by the ERT, there are links to species accounts in BISON-M. And on the map, which we'll see in a couple slides here, that is part of the ERT, you can view data layers from the chat, the riparian map, and from the SWAP. So this is the base map on the ERT website. This is what you would see if you don't have a user account for the ERT. In order to enter data for a project, you do have to have a user account. Part of that is that we do need to be able to contact people who enter projects, especially if we have to do a more in-depth review of the project. And it also really helps us with tracking the different projects that are entered for each individual to have a separate user account. This baseline map, the data set that you can see here, is the Conservation Opportunity Areas data set. That is from the SWAP. And basically, there are 16 conservation opportunity areas that were identified in the SWAP. Each of these areas has a very high diversity of species of greatest conservation need present. And these are areas where if you did work in that part of the state, you would be potentially benefiting a large number of those species of greatest conservation need. I'm just going to walk very briefly through an example of entering a project in the ERT. In this screenshot, I have signed in to the environmental review tool, and I've zoomed in to the Valles Caldera up in Jemez Mountains in northern New Mexico. The light green blob that you can see, hopefully, is just an outline of the Valle Grande. So let's say a conservation group wants to do a habitat restoration project on the Valle Grande and see what species might be present. The first step to doing that would be to draw this polygon on the map. They'll then be asked to fill out a form to give a descriptive project title, giving us a sense for what the project is all about. They have to select a project type. They would then give us a description of the project. And one of the most important things is the file attachments and providing EAP staff with enough detail that if they need to review the project in more depth, that they are able to do so. The environmental review tool will do an analysis of the project area and will generate a multi-page PDF report. This is a screenshot of one page from that report. This is the page that shows the list of species that are potentially present on the Valle Grande up at the Valles Caldera. In the left-hand column, if you were to click on these blue hyperlinks for any of these common names, you would be taken back to the Bison M species account for that species, so you could get more detail on, its biology, ecology, and broader distribution. Moving on to CIS component number 5, the SWAP website. So this website was released this year. The goal with the website is to provide as user-friendly access as possible to the State Wildlife Action Plan, which is a comprehensive conservation plan for the whole state of New Mexico. In this plan, species of greatest conservation need, or SGCN, are identified. The habitats associated with those species of greatest conservation need are also identified, as are threats to SGCN and their habitats, and then actions that can be taken to benefit SGCN and their habitats. Having a SWAP qualifies the department to apply for State Wildlife Grant, or SWIG funds, from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And I will note that every single state in the U.S. has a SWAP. Connections to other elements of the CIS. There are links to Bison M species accounts on the SGCN pages within the SWAP website. And since most research and habitat projects are required to pertain to species of greatest conservation need, the SWAP website is very useful for anyone who is developing a project proposal for submission to Share with Wildlife. It's an easy way to see what species are considered as SGCN, what their habitats are, and then what conservation actions you could be taking to benefit those species. This is a screenshot of the homepage of the SWAP website. On the left-hand side, you can see all the key elements of the SWAP, going from species on down to conservation opportunity areas, which we saw that map of previously. I do want to highlight, again, going back to the connections between elements of the CIS, that on the upper right-hand corner of the SWAP page, you can easily access the other elements of the CIS that we've talked about: Bison M, ERT, chat, and Share with Wildlife. And on all of the CIS components except for Share with Wildlife, because Share with Wildlife is within the broader Game and Fish website, but for Bison M, ERT, and chat, we have this same ribbon at the top of the page, again, to make it really easy to access the different elements of the CIS. There's lots of ways of navigating the SWAP website. I'm just going to give one example of going from a SGCN to its associated habitats to the actions that you could take to benefit that species and its habitats. So on that home page, we saw that there was the link to species. If you selected that link, what you would see is this page up at the top here with the different broad taxonomic groups of SGCN. I'm selected the reptile group, and within reptiles, I'm selecting a species of turtle, the Western River cooter, found in southeastern New Mexico. Every single SGCN, all 235 of them, have a page that looks like this one. At the bottom of the screenshot, you can see the list of habitats that the species is associated with. And then if you were to scroll down further on the page, there's a long list of threats and conservation actions that can be taken to address those threats. And if you look on the right-hand side of the page, again, going back to those linkages, you could access the species account in BisonM to get even more information on the Western River cooter. Going on to CIS component number 6. The riparian map is still in development. In the end, it will be a statewide data set, and we're about halfway through in terms of work on this map. The goal of the map is to provide a great deal more detail on the makeup and the structure of the plant communities that are found in riparian habitats. The reason that this map is so important, not only is there not a highly detailed map of riparian areas currently available for New Mexico, but riparian habitats are crucial for so many different species, including so many different SGCN in New Mexico. Such a high percentage of species either live their entire lives in riparian areas, or they spend at least part of their life cycle in a riparian habitat. And in that context, this map, when it's done, will not only be very useful for informing restoration projects in riparian areas, but also helpful to our technical guidance staff in EAP for reviewing projects that might impact riparian areas. And you can imagine that if you're looking at a project and you see from this map data set that there's mostly invasive species, there's not much tree or shrub cover, well then, there's probably slightly fewer impacts to wildlife if a development project goes in that area. Conversely, if you see on the map that there's a lot of tree cover and it's mostly native species, you're going to be a lot more worried about project-related impacts in that area. In terms of connections to other components of the CIS, it addresses a key habitat as identified in the SWAP. Again, so many SGCN are associated at some part of their life cycle with riparian habitats. Ultimately, the data sets coming out of the Riparian Map project will be displayed in the NMERT. And since Share with Wildlife can support habitat projects to benefit SGCN, this data set will also be helpful in developing project proposals for Share with Wildlife. So this map shows the different project areas in different colors. And the project areas up here in northern part of New Mexico are the ones that have been completed. So the Middle Rio Grande, Upper Rio Grande, and Canadian watersheds are complete, and the remainder are scheduled to be completed by the end of 2021. If you go to the riparian map, you can view the different data sets that have been completed. If you zoom in really closely, this is zooming in on a portion of the Middle Rio Grande. You'll see all these different colors. Each different color represents a different habitat type. If you click on one of the polygons, you'll get this pop-up that gives you the name of the habitat type and will give you a little bit of information on the habitat structure, in particular whether you've got trees, shrubs, or more understory herbaceous cover present. At this point, I did want to do a quick live demo for BisonM and the SWAP. It takes about 5 or 6 minutes. I do want to be cognizant of the fullness of today's agenda. So I can certainly skip the demo if that's preferred, but this is the last thing that's part of this presentation.
I don't know about the other commissioners. I'm intrigued. I would be very happy if you gave the demo. Yeah, it's fine. Although I do want to note that we have a few persons who want to speak from the public. So I'll leave it up to you, Ms. Seamster.
Okay, I will keep
you
it.
Can go through a quick demo if you want.
Okay, I will keep it very short.
Okay.
So hopefully you guys can see the homepage for Bison M. And the first thing I want to do is go back to that species search page that we looked at before. As I mentioned, there's a lot of different fields that you can possibly search on to get a list of species. And what I'm going to look at are the watersheds. So let's say you're interested in something other than county, which is a more typically searched for spatial aspect of where a species is found. But let's say maybe you're either from out of state or you're in state, but you're not as familiar with the boundaries of our watersheds. What you could do is click on the state map link. And what that does is it opens up that base map in the environmental review tool that we saw a screenshot of before. There's these nice reference layers that you can turn on and off. I'm going to turn on the watershed layer. And let's say you're interested in southeastern New Mexico. I mentioned before the Western River Cooter is found down there. If you use the information or the identify tool, you can click on any watershed. So I'm going to click on this watershed in the Carlsbad area, and you can see what the name of that watershed is, and that can help inform your search in Bison M. So it's the Upper Pecos Black in the Carlsbad area. So what I'm going to do is come back here, and unfortunately this part you will not be able to see because it opens a new window, but the window that's opened is this watershed list. There's a lot of different watersheds you can select, and all I'm going to do is type in Upper Pecos Black and select that as my search option. So I'm going to come back here and just type in the Upper Pecos Black, do my search for that, select that particular item, select continue. I've now selected the Upper Pecos Black as my focal watershed, and I'm going to hit search. And as you can see, there's over 130 different species that have been identified as being associated with that particular watershed in New Mexico. Probably one of the most commonly done searches on this website is the county list search. These searches are especially useful for compliance purposes, especially if you have a larger scale project. And let's say, you don't want to go to the ERT because with the ERT, you have to really zoom in order to draw a polygon. Let's say you've got a project with multiple pieces. It's all around Santa Fe County. So I'm going to select Santa Fe County. I'm going to select species of greatest conservation need. I know that I want a PDF, so I'm going to select the run report function. And the report that opens, and I'm going to close a couple of these tabs here. The report that opens is this PDF. You get a list of all of the SGCN that have been identified as being found in Santa Fe County. You can see whether they are listed as threatened or endangered at the state level in this column or the federal level in this column. And of course, they are all going to have a yes in the SGCN column because that's the search term I selected. If you click on the hyperlink, what it will do, and so I'm just going to select the American pika, and it will open up the species booklet for the American pika. In the presentation, we saw a screenshot of the Lee Shrews species booklet. This is what a booklet looks live. If you go to the species distribution and open that up, you can see all of the counties where pika have been documented. If you wanted to learn about its food habitats or food habits, you can come down to this section. There's lots of sorts of information that you can glean from the species account. If you go here to legal status, you'll see that there's a hyperlink associated with its SGCN status. If I were to click on that, what it will do is it will open up this page. And we have now successfully transitioned from being on BisonM to being on the SWAP website. This is the SGCN page for the American pika on the SWAP website. We can see the ecoregions, habitats, and then scrolling down the threats and conservation actions associated with this particular species. If I click on one of the habitats, then it'll take us to the habitat page. You can learn about the plants that are present in this particular habitat type, the elevational ranges where it's found, and then all the other SGCN that you could potentially benefit if you work in this particular habitat. And maybe a little bit hard to see, but on the far side of the page, there is a link to the, see if I, yeah. Unfortunately, it doesn't work with this particular format of the, or particular layout of the page, but let me come back here. You can access the map that is associated with the SWAP. Let me go back and share the map. All right, I'm gonna close up all of these windows so we just have one. All right, here is the map associated with the SWAP website, and there's 3 different data sets you can view. At this level, you're seeing the ecoregions, which are broad parts of the state that have consistent habitat types and topographic features. You could type in an area of interest. In this case, I'm just going to type in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and it'll zoom you into the area that you've selected. The different colors represent different habitat types. Each of these hexagons is a square mile area. So if you click on one of them, you can see the 2 most prevalent habitats within that particular hexagon. And again, if you click on the hyperlink, it'll take you to a description of that habitat so you can get more information about it. If I zoom out a little bit, then you can see the conservation opportunity areas have these different colored outlines. So in this case, we're looking at the Jemez Mountains. And if I click through, because it'll show the habitats that are in the area that I selected, but you can also get to the conservation opportunity area page for the Jemez Mountains, and you can see all the associated habitats and the species that you could potentially benefit if you were to do work in the Jemez Mountains. And with that, I will happily stand for questions.
Wow, do you know how awesome that is?
I am so glad that that is how you feel about it, Madam Chair.
It is just impressive. Before I turn it over to the commissioners, and then I want to hear from the public, we need to get into this general public comment period. Do you monitor how many clicks on any of your website, any of these sites, these URLs?
So we do have Google Analytics set up so that we can track that. I'm happy to get those numbers for you if there is a particular site that the commission is interested in.
No, I'm just curious if you monitor it and, you know, just is it used frequently? Do you try to improve it? I mean, it looks very good to me.
And I don't have information for all of the different sites. I know for BisonM, we do consistently have, I'd say probably in the hundreds of users. And for sure, I know that people are using it because anytime it goes down, I get emails, usually the same day that it's down. And like I say, I mean, we are able to get that information for the other sites. And I know for the Share with Wildlife site, For example, when the mule deer license plate was released, there was a huge spike in usage because a lot of people came to the site and they were very interested in learning about the plate.
Very good. Yes, I like the plate, by the way. Commissioners, Vice Chair, do I?
I do. I have a couple of comments. In particular to the Share with Wildlife program, Virginia, how do you, I was really impressed with the hunters and anglers who are giving 25% of the donations are coming from the hunting and angling community. Again, they're stepping up to the plate, doing all this. And I noticed you've got another 22% of the revenue coming from donations. What kind of mechanism do you have in place to contact these folks that are giving you money to keep them involved? Do you have these? We used to send the Share with Wildlife program, sent every contributor, put them on their newsletter list, and we all got a newsletter to keep us up on the program that we were contributing to, successes, etc. I have been giving on the online system to the program, and I have never received anything. So I'm wondering if you're considering doing something like that. I think people will continue to give if they're acknowledged and it is process.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Salazar Henry, I would be more than happy to bring back some version of the newsletter. The main reason I hadn't done that was because I think the last version of the newsletter that I've seen was from 2010, and it was a hard copy. And I've been transitioning most of the information that I provide to more of an electronic online format. But like I say, I would be very happy to either bring back a newsletter or other forms of communication. At this point, unfortunately, the only people who hear back from the program are the ones who mail in a donation, because they're the only ones that I have contact information for, and I can mail them a letter. Anyone who purchases anyone who donates through the online licensing system, I can work with RIT to get those contacts, and I can definitely start reaching out to those individuals. Probably it's better that it's this way, but I will never get the contact information for the people who donate through the tax checkoff program. Tax and Rev does not share that information with us. And the same thing goes for people who purchase a Share with Wildlife license plate. Even though that is by far the biggest source of income, we do not receive any of that contact information. But for people who donate through online licensing, we can definitely do more to give them updates.
Yeah, I don't want to be prescriptive. I would just like for you guys, if you have a way to reach out to them and thank them for stepping up to the plate again, and not only buying that license, but giving you money for the program. I think that's really important. The other thing on the same subject of the license plate program, what does the RA stand for on the?
Oh, on the Roadrunner license plate, the R stands for Roadrunner, and the A, we worked with MVD to have that second item be a letter, with the idea that you could have a large number of combinations, unique combinations. So it'll start with A, then it'll go to B, C, D, etc. And you can get way more combinations that way than if you were to have R and then 4 digits instead of having a letter in that second place.
Okay, thank you. I also want to mention that thank you to Go Wild and Executive Director Mark Allison. Their winter newsletter was just made thousands of members. In it was the full page of the Share with Wildlife program flyer, advocating for their members to buy a plate and donate to the program. So I think I know Commissioner Soul sits on the board, and I think it's just really important that when I asked him to consider doing it, he just came through all the way, because he's also sent another email, as well as other nonprofit conservation groups have done the same. I just have one more question, and that has to do with the environmental review tool. One of the things that we know is they'll be introducing the environmental database legislation, and they're wanting to piggyback off the environmental review tool. So I don't know if this question is for you or for Director Sloan. And just, I know they're working with Matt Wonder some on how to piggyback off of the game department. And I just want to hear from the director whether there are any concerns about them piggybacking off it. Are we going to push for them to create their own system? Anyway, that's my question about the environmental database legislation.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, I believe that in Matt's conversations with them, they used the environmental review tool as kind of an example of something that could be expanded. After further discussions with Matt, they recognized that that particular database was really built to be responsive to project development and to provide that recommendation for, say, a cell tower in downtown Albuquerque. And that while it's a good model and a good framework, it's not exactly designed to do what they're talking about. So I think they're really using it as sort of an example that they would mirror something built separately with a lot of the same information, but with a different purpose.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you, Virginia, for doing such a great job with the Share with Wildlife program in your presentation.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Vespach, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would just echo, Jenny, thank you so much for a great presentation, and Share with Wildlife, just a wonderful program. And I guess I'd put a plug in too, just a reminder to all of us that, you know, the Wildlife Conservation Act is still on the books. They're still saying that the legislature should provide general fund money to support our non-game work. And here we have, you know, in a voluntary manner, we still have hunters and anglers really stepping up and funding a big part of this. And I think, and that's terrific. And I want to see that grow, but I also want to see us just keep trying to restore that. Prior to the 2008 financial crash, we were getting, you know, $300,000 a year, which for the overall these overall programs, I think is a fair amount. And we've lost out on millions in that time that it's never come back. And I know we made a good attempt at that at the last session with things changing. You know, if depending on how budgets go, just want to make sure it's still on our radar to do everything we can to keep these programs funded, including any unique ideas we have beyond general support requests. So thank you, Jenny.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we're ready to move on to our agenda item number 14. Assistant.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Commissioner Souls has been waiting.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Souls. My screen, I'm telling you, I'm having technical difficulties as well. Go ahead, Commissioner Souls.
I'll be brief. That's okay. Jenny, first, thank you for everything you're doing. It's been a pleasure working with you on Share with Wildlife stuff. You're so responsive, and I really appreciate that. I'm just learning about all the different kinds of information the department keeps. In some interaction with Chief Patton, he showed me a tremendous database for all of our waterways. Are those part of the system, or is that a standalone? Do they feed each other? And along the same lines, I know the folks interested in the wildlife corridors are asking for access to our data. Is pointing them toward this data the right approach, or are you aware of any other databases that are not part of these 6 circles that you're talking about?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls, regarding your first question about the waterways, I know that we do have 2 fish data sets in the environmental review tool. I would have to confirm with Chief Patton whether these are the same data sets or not. And regarding the Wildlife Conservation Act and our data, certainly the environmental review tool has a large amount of data behind it. Mostly that data consists of antibiotics data that's maintained by Natural Heritage New Mexico. And then there are, in addition to the fish data that I mentioned, there are a number of gap models that were produced by USGS. I think the main data that are not necessarily incorporated into the environmental review tool would be the like radio collar data. And I know that for the Wildlife Conservation Act, that is a big component, especially for some of the corridor modeling and other things that are going on with that project. So a lot of data that might be of interest is part of these systems. But like I say, there are some data sets that are not a part of them currently. We are working on getting some more corridor models developed that will ultimately be a part of these components of the CIS, but we're just not there yet.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other comments before we move on to the next agenda item?
And Madam Chair, this is Valerie Jo. I just wanted to state, I noticed that Commissioner Terzio Lopez had left, so I just wanted to note that for the record. I'm not sure if anyone is aware of the exact time. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Very good. Yes, I do see that, but we do have the other commissioners. Everybody else is on. So thank you for that, Assistant Attorney General. So if we could, let's move to the next agenda item, number 14, general public comments. And what I'd like to do, Lance Cherry, is read one of the chat comments into the record. And I'd like the Department of Game and Fish, either Director Michael Sloan, if you could speak to this. And then if possible, Lance, you could bring in, I believe it was Cindy, I hope she's still there, Toole, if she's still available. And other than those two comments, do we have any other comments besides those? Lance Cherry?
Madam Chair, right now we have Jesse Dubell. We may get a hand or two more as you move through these couple items.
Beautiful, thank you. So let me first read into the record. I believe it is Jesse Dubell's comment here in the chat box that Rick Carrasco wants to comment but is watching via YouTube. Rick Carrasco asks, quote, "How is it that being calculated after COVID with the majority of waters being closed due to restrictions, why can't our fishing license be refunded or made free into next year? Will you please take this?" Well, he didn't say please. "Will you take this up?" End of quote. And I want to thank him and Jesse Dubell for raising that, because I know that the commissioners and I have received a couple of emails about that very question, that very topic. And Director, I know you've been doing a great job, and the other members of the department fielding those questions. So I turn it over to you.
Chair, thank you. I mean, I guess there's probably a two-part answer to that. One is that statutorily, the only way that we have to refund licenses is serious medical condition, death, military deployment. So we're really sort of limited in what we can allow via statute, and certainly statute didn't contemplate the unprecedented pandemic we have, but we still have to live with it. Secondary to that is I would counter that while many waters were closed, particularly ones at state parks, waters that flow through forest, United States Forest Service and Bureau of Land Management lands were open. And so there were still a number of places to go fishing. And then, we really don't have a mechanism to make a license that was valid this year, valid in a future year. So unfortunately, we can't help Mr. Carrasco, but I hope that he does get out and do a little fishing, and that it buys another license next year.
Very good. Thank you, sir. If we could, I would like to hear from Cindy, please. Cindy Toole.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair and the commissioners. I really enjoyed the presentations that were given. The one on the websites with the environmental information is really helpful. I've already shared that with some folks. So thank you very much. The comments I want to make right now are specific to the presentation that Chief Lilly gave on the Mexican gray wolves. And this is going to be a little bit longer than my opening comments that I gave at the beginning of the meeting, but I hope still brief. I know it's been a long day for everyone. I first want to note that when Chief Lilly mentioned stakeholders at one part of his presentation, he noted the Forest Service and livestock industry interests, but he didn't specifically mention other stakeholders. And a very important stakeholder would include conservation groups and regular folks who care about wolves. And I know you all know that, but I think it's important for the record to note that stakeholders include more than people who are managing or exploiting the land. I'd also like to see the data on survival rate and nuisance behavior on captive adults released into the wild that Chief Lilly spoke about. He said that the survival rate for adult releases was lower, and that may be true for individual wolves that are released, but there's actually a higher survival rate for bonded pairs and family groups. And I do believe he talked about that a little bit. I follow the Mexican Gray Wolf Recovery Program pretty closely, and I work with a lot of other organizations that do so. And just wanted to note that we're unaware of the nuisance behavior by captive individuals released into the wild. And I would like to see documentation of that nuisance behavior from the captive released individuals or groups if that happens in the future, because right now it's either absent or we're just not getting that information despite requests for that. Regarding Chief Lilly's statements about making wolf reintroduction and presence more socially acceptable through financial compensation, I think it's very important to recognize that there's a recent study indicating payments for livestock losses are not actually increasing social acceptance, and indeed they may incentivize determinations that wolf predations are occurring, whether or not there's evidence to support that determination. I've reviewed hundreds and hundreds of depredation reports from New Mexico and Arizona, and we've identified some concerning patterns regarding these determinations. There's also at least one rancher in New Mexico who pled guilty to killing a Mexican gray wolf, and he has gotten quite a few payments for livestock losses even after his guilty plea. So it's concerning that payments for presence or payments for depredations is still considered a way to create social acceptance when there's studies saying it's not, and there's some significant problems with the program. I'm a little concerned that there may be a belief that there are enough wolves in New Mexico. There was discussion about the population being okay, and I'm just wondering if that's the commission or the chief's position. I'll note here that the recovery numbers are a floor, they're not a ceiling, and releasing more adult wolves would benefit the wild population, even if there is a belief at this moment that the population is large enough. Conservation groups don't think it is large enough. And then finally, regarding the border wall and impacts to wolves and the great questions posed by Commissioner Vesbach, I just wanted to share with you all that I have a lot of experience in this area. I've been doing borderlands conservation and fighting against border wall construction and Border Patrol impacts to federal public lands and wildlife since 2007-8. And I want to push back a little bit on what Chief Lilly said. The border wall construction is actually happening in mountains, in very steep and rugged mountains throughout California and Arizona. In eastern Arizona, it's taking place in the Pinaleños and the Santa Teresas. And further west in Arizona, they're building in the Coronado National Memorial in extremely rugged territory. So they will build, if they are not building currently, they will build through your mountains. And if you want to track this information, you can look for projects called such as like El Paso 1 or 2. Those are the ones that are affecting New Mexico. Some of the Tucson projects are also affecting New Mexico. One current project that's taking place in Guadalupe Canyon is an area of critical environmental concern. It's the wilderness study area. It's an outstanding natural area. It's a Palencia unit of jaguar critical habitat. And it is currently, right now, this minute, being leveled by the construction company hired by the Border Patrol. And it's costing about $41 million per mile. So there really is nothing that the Border Patrol and Department of Homeland Security won't do to get this wall constructed. So just don't rely on rugged territory as a protection for wildlife. A couple of these projects are going through where we know Mexican gray wolves have moved across the border in between Mexico and New Mexico. I have photos. I would love to be a resource if anyone wanted to contact me. I'd love to share more information. And finally, I'm pretty sure that the most used phrase of 2020 has now become, I think you're on mute. But you all did a really good job. This is a very well-run meeting. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you, Miss Cindy Toole. Lance, Jerry, do we have someone else?
Next up is Jesse Dubell.
Awesome. Thank you. Hi, Jesse Dubell.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the commission. Thank you for this lengthy meeting today. I know everybody has a lot of things going on, and we spent the day together talking about these very important issues. And I'd like to provide a concluding thought, and that is that I know the department and the commission are currently working with the state land office to negotiate the new hunting easement agreement on our state trust lands. And I would like to get on the record as executive director of the New Mexico Wildlife Federation to remind this commission that it is very important to the hunters of New Mexico that we advocate for dispersed camping on our state trust lands. Many years ago, we were paying $200,000 a year for the easement. And during that time, we had more dispersed camping in places like White's Peak than we have today when we're paying $1 million a year for the same access easement. So I really appreciate the hard work of the commission and everybody who's working together on that easement agreement. I think dispersed camping is very important to the hunting community. I think we can have dispersed camping while taking great care of the lands and having no impact on the grazing lessees. And I'd also like to mention that we, the New Mexico Wildlife Federation, and me personally are also having these conversations with the state land office. So we're also providing these comments to the state land office directly. So thank you all very much for a wonderful meeting and for all your hard work and your continued dedication towards providing sustainable wildlife for the state of New Mexico.
Thank you, Jesse DeBell. Lance, Cherry, do we have anyone else?
Madam Chair, that appears to be it.
Very, very good. Thank you. I'm not going to read this last chat because that is from a commissioner. So I'm just going to leave that alone. If we could, let's proceed to our last agenda item for the day. It's 4:03. And we're going to be adjourning, but I note here for the record that our next meeting is on January 15th. And that too will be virtual. I don't have a calendar in front of me, Director Michael Sloan. Is that a Friday or is it a Thursday?
That is a Friday, Madam Chair.
Okay, very good. Because I believe for Commissioner Lopez, Fridays are better for him. But commissioners, I take it that's good for you too, January 15th, correct? Yes, okay, very good. Well, do I have a motion or discussion about adjourning today? It's been a very nice day, frankly. It's long, but nice.
Motion to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
I'm gonna take that from Commissioner Bates, Mr. Commissioner Vesbach. All right, can we have a roll call vote, please, Director Sloan?
Commissioner Vesbach.
Yes.
Commissioner Souls.
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez is absent. Commissioner Kramer.
Yes.
Commissioner Bates.
Yes.
Vice Chair Salazar Henry.
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Passes unanimously with those that are present.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Oh.
This meeting's adjourned.